you, Mayor Hardy. So first up is the Tenor Hill Cultural District, and this item will be led by our chief planner for this district, which was Emily Bazemore. And I would just note for the council, this is a kickoff meeting. There's been some initial discussions with the Historical Commission and with the Tenor Hill Heritage Foundation about the concept. But we wanted to touch base with council before we engage with the Planning Commission, boards and commissions. After we get their input and more community input, this will come back to council in May prior to final consideration. Ms. Bazemore, if you could take it away.
Yes, good evening, council. Good evening, Mayor Hardy and City Council. Tonight, council is requested to review and provide feedback on the draft Tenor Hill Historic and Cultural District Comprehensive Plan Amendment. The amendment will formally establish the Tenor Hill District and the city's comprehensive plan. The amendment includes a narrative history of the Tenor Hill community, a map of the proposed district, and strategies to activate the district. Moving on to line 10 of the staff report, which is the recommendation section. Staff recommends City Council provide feedback related to the historic and cultural district map boundaries, which is the core and outer core. We'll get into this shortly. Sites and notable historic figures highlighted within the district, and activating the district strategies. Moving on to the process section of the staff report. So this is line 21. Following a recommendation required from the Planning Commission, the Tenor Hill Historic and Cultural District Comprehensive Plan Amendment will be considered for final approval by both resolution and by ordinance because a map is included in this amendment. All right, moving on to section or line 25, which is the Historical Commission request. So this proposal was generated from a Historical Commission request back in April of 2023. The City of Falls Church Historical Commission submitted a memo, which is attached for viewing, to the City Council regarding establishing a Tenor Hill Historic and Cultural District. The memo includes background information on Tenor Hill, potential boundaries of the proposed district, and notable sites that should be included. Moving on to the history of Tenor Hill section. So here I just want to highlight that much of this information is sourced from a Virginia Tech study titled Tenor Hill, A Witness to Civil Rights. And this section of the staff report really tells the story of the civil rights activism in the Tenor Hill community of Falls Church and the founding of the first rural chapter of the NAACP. All right, and now we're going to move on to line 82 of the staff report, which is a little bit about the Tenor Hill Heritage Foundation. And I just want to note that you all should have received a letter of support for this effort from the Tenor Hill Heritage Foundation today. So Tenor Hill is a community supported by the efforts of the Tenor Hill Heritage Foundation, an organization with long-standing connections in the community. The Tenor Hill Heritage Foundation was founded back in 1997 to preserve civil rights history in the Falls Church area. The Tenor Hill Heritage Foundation hosts festivals, events, workshops, and educational opportunities in Falls Church and the Northern Virginia area. The foundation's efforts and events are highlighted in the proposed amendment. Now moving away from the background portion of the staff report and getting into the Tenor Hill Historic and Cultural District. So as proposed, the Tenor Hill Historic and Cultural District would be included as part of the comprehensive plan in Chapter 3, which is our community character, appearance, and design section of the plan. Similar to the Arts and Cultural District that Council adopted back in April of 2021, this designation would be honorific and would not impact zoning, permitting, or taxation. For Council's reference, we have included the state enabling legislation here, which is section 15.2-943.1. And this section of the code really enables localities to identify these arts and culture districts, which is, of course, what this district is. Staff does not recommend including the incentives as part of this process, as this effort is focused on documentation and historic significance of the Tinner Hill community. So here we're really trying to establish the district with this comprehensive plan amendment. Moving on to line 123, this is where we get into district geography. So here we have the core and related sites, or the outer core. So the proposed district includes two areas. This is the core area and related sites outside of the core. So the core is a cluster of historic and cultural sites located in the Tinner Hill that are significant to the original community. So the following sites encompass the core of the Tinner Hill Historic and Cultural District. These are Charles and Mary Tinner, or Mary Elizabeth Tinner's house, Joseph and Mary Tinner's home outline, the Henderson House, Tinner Hill Civil Rights Monument, the zigzag sculpture, and the Tinner Hill Historic Site Marker. So outside the core area of the Tinner Hill Historic and Cultural District, there are several related sites that are significant to the Tinner Hill community. The following sites are located outside of the core. These are Galloway Methodist Church. Its cemetery is actually located adjacent in Fairfax County, the Tripp Quarry, and the Written in Stone Walking Trail. Here we have the map of the proposed historic and cultural district. So just want to share again, so that district boundary is right here. So this is the entirety of the district. So the core and the related sites in yellow. The core itself is outlined in red, and all key cultural sites are either in pink or they're in red. Moving on to line 144, we get into some notable historic figures. So the draft amendment highlights several key leaders and historic figures associated with the Tinner Hill community. Brief biographies are included along with connections to the historic area and its related sites. The proposed amendment includes the following leaders and historical figures in their biographies. So we have Charles and Mary Elizabeth Tinner, E.B. Henderson, Eliza Henderson, George and Harriet Bryce, Harriet Foote Turner, Joseph Tinner, and Mary Ellen Henderson. Moving on to line 152. So this is our activating the district section. So here, the proposed amendment emphasizes celebrating the district through creative urban planning and urban design tools. Strategies for activation explored in this section include the following: partnering with the Tinner Hill Heritage Foundation to promote the Tinner Hill Historic and Cultural District, promoting heritage tourism, implementing historic and cultural placemaking projects, exploring urban design opportunities, expanding public art efforts in the district, exploring branding in the district, elevating the district in entitlement projects and site plan reviews, and finally, exploring potential archaeological significance. There is no fiscal impact or direct fiscal impact associated with the proposed Tinner Hill Historic and Cultural District. And I just want to end with looking at our timing section. And I want to flag that we have this historic commission or historical commission memo that was submitted to City Council back in April. But most recently, we've also met with the Tinner Hill Heritage Foundation and the Historical Commission to review an outline of this draft amendment and also our draft map. And here we are tonight with you guys, City Council, for our kickoff work session in January. Tomorrow night, we head to the Planning Commission for a work session. And in February, we go back to Historical Commission. We go to the Economic Development Authority, and we also go to Arts and Humanities for their review. We'll be returning in April for another City Council work session, and final consideration is scheduled for May of 2024. That's all for me. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you, Emily. Let's open up to questions and comments. Mary Beth? Thanks, Emily, for bringing this. And I'm glad that you're working with the Tinner Hill Heritage Foundation to make this happen. Mr. Henderson is in the room here tonight. So a couple questions. One of them is, there's Tinner Hill, and then the road is called Tinners Hill with an apostrophe S. That's just one of those quirks of how this all works, right? The road name is not going to get changed to Tinner Hill to remain Tinners Hill, right?
Right. Yeah, we can correct that in the amendment.
No, I don't think it's you. I think it's the actual situation that the property map says Tinners Hill and we call it Tinner Hill. I just wanted to call people's attention to that as we look at that could be confusing. I find it confusing. Emily, in that same area, there's some stamped women's history concrete sidewalks. Can you include them as an element as part of the historic district?
Yeah, of course. We can get those in there.
Maple Avenue and Wallace. No, Maple Avenue and Tinner Hill Street, as well as some to be added on Wallace when the sidewalk goes in.
Okay.
And I know later today we're going to talk about the Quinns project. That's in this historic area, right?
Yes.
And are there any, you mentioned that there are no impacts tax-wise or property value.
No, not at this time with this current proposal.
But the Rolling Road Park that's in the Quinns proposal would be in this area.
Okay. We can get that included on the map.
It's where West Fairfax Street is on the map.
Okay.
Is the Rolling Road Park. So for the most part, I think this is a really good idea. It's time to do it, and I'm glad that we're going to do it and go ahead. And I like a lot of your ideas to promote it and make sure people are aware of it and include it in everything else that we're doing as a community. So thanks.
Thank you.
Other questions and comments? Dave?
Sure. Thanks a lot, Mayor. So I strongly support moving this for sure. A couple suggestions for kind of filling out the history. I would much appreciate if it were mentioned that the City Council repudiated the ordinance, I think in 1999, because it sounds like the City Council never really pulled back or rejected the ordinance. So the segregation ordinance, so that would be helpful to add to that, as well as a little bit of history of the work with the Tinner Hill Foundation, the county and the city on the arch, on the Civil Rights Center, and other things like that. Just a little bit of that recent history might add a bit and fill out the total narrative. Those
Mr. Snyder, I did pull out all those documents for Emily. It was just crossed in putting the packet together, but she does have all that background info now.
That would be good to just bring it up to the current day. Thanks.
Others? Aaron?
Thank you, and thanks, Emily. I also appreciated hearing that, you've already gone to the Tinner Hill Foundation and the Historical Commission with the outline before this has come to us, because I do think that, they're key stakeholders, and we're kind of learning from other, small area plans and whatnot, that it's better to kind of get the input on the early side as soon as possible. I do think it's also important, I don't know if you've done so, but to talk to our Fairfax counterparts in terms of who does, oversight of their kind of historical districts and parks, so that this is kind of a cohesive view of this whole area, given the history and sort of the retroceded property that went back to Fairfax County. Because, I view this as sort of a real testament to Black excellence and Black contributions and real, perseverance in terms of city history and social justice issues, and what, the Black community here was both striving for and really accomplishing, at a time when you're post-Reconstruction but pre-civil rights movement, in terms of, people really advocating for their communities within larger jurisdictions. In terms of specific feedback, I think that as you're at the different commissions, what I would ask for is, for people to really think more concretely about what it is that they would want to see in this district in terms of the various public art projects. What is it about the history that resonates with them in particular? When I looked at this, kind of seeing, that even in, I don't remember now the exact number, in 1887, before, right around the time of the gerrymandered boundary, that black voter registration was at 37%, which is, really significant, right? At a population that maybe was only 1,200 at the time, like post-Reconstruction, you have a black registered voter population of 37%, was like really eye-opening to me. And then seeing even after you have the retroceded property that it's still at 15%, like shows kind of the significant black population that was in Falls Church, and not necessarily limited to Tinner Hill, but was also in kind of the rest of the area. And so I think that while the chapter focuses, rightfully so, on Tinner Hill, it might want to do more in just thinking about, what else was happening in Falls Church, what kind of black-owned businesses. There's a mention of that with Eliza Henderson, but, what else kind of was happening in the city. So in thinking about kind of public art, like for me, kind of the voting rights piece of it and the gerrymandering and kind of persevering, really stands out. The 3,000 letters, right? In terms of letters to the editor, I think those are probably at the library, at the MLK library downtown in DC. So it may be worth taking, a field trip there to look at the letters and see, what's in them and what kind of social justice issues are in them, and to use those words, right, of the community itself in the public art projects or in sort of the sidewalk and ribboning sort of things. And then the last thing is, I like the stamped sidewalks. I don't know that that they're always like the most apparent to people. And so, in thinking about kind of how we do justice to this community, I would kind of actually like the art to get off the sidewalk and like to eye level a lot more. So just thinking about, where it is that we might be able to do public art and partner with businesses to make this much more apparent as people move through the district. And the final thing, on the EDO website that I think is now being designed in terms of the marketing kind of tourism, to make sure that this is a piece of that, is that project is getting pulled together. But thank you overall.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Anyone else? Justine?
Just want to quickly say thank you so much for putting this together. I'm particularly supportive of the activating the area ideas. I did have a quick question regarding zoning. So it sounded like from this project, zoning isn't really a part of it. Are there plans for any sort of down zoning, or that just isn't part of the scope of this right now?
At this time, there are no plans for downzoning, but we could explore different options.
I just wondered. Thank you.
I would just note that as a separate action, some of the neighbors on Tinner Hill Road and on Liberty Avenue have requested a rezoning, or in the process of requesting a rezoning from a commercial land use to a residential land use. That is supported by the city's comprehensive plan. We're working through that process, but that would be coming to the city council at a future date.
Okay, thank you.
Caroline?
Yeah, thanks, Emily. Totally supportive of historical preservation and means that the city deploys to promote diverse communities and cultural assets and events and, way of life. So my questions are really educational for me. Sorry if they sound like stupid questions, but here goes. First one, why is it that we use the nomenclature district core boundary versus district boundary? What is it's all important. Like everything in the yellow serves as the area we're talking about. Why the distinction?
Yeah, so the district core boundary is set around the original residential community. So that's capturing the home outlines and the homes that were located in the original Tinner Hill community. The greater district boundary has other notable sites, like, for instance, the Galilee Methodist Church, which is just outside of that area. But right now, like, this is all a proposed map. So if we'd rather have just a greater district and not separating the core and then the outer core, we can just do a district without that division.
Yeah, it's a nuance, right? I just want to make sure that particularly that red area, that's a key cultural site that's by the Galloway United Methodist Church, isn't receiving. It's all historical, so think about, well, I think I want us to be very deliberate in making sure that we are inclusive and we include our boundaries to include all the key cultural sites, right? And how we wrap the nomenclature around that so it's inclusive and not exclusive. I worry that our intent there is funneled 100% in the right direction. And I know the rolling road is what West Fairfax Street is, correct?
Correct. Yes.
So help me understand why we're extending the district boundary into the Quinn project, right? Why not draw that in and draw the boundary line at West Fairfax Street? Again, just questions. And I'm trying to understand the thought process as to why the lines were drawn the way they were.
Yeah, so right now it does capture the Quinn project, and that's, an area that's prime for some development and some possible incentives like public art or monuments within the district. So we wanted to capture that for that reason.
But it's not historic.
Right. But it's very close to the overall area, and it's kind of part of like the same like POA area as well.
Okay. Understood. It's. I think I can accept that. I'm curious if other council members have some thoughts on that. I'm open, based on hearing your explanation, to include the Quinn project or what is above West Fairfax, because we intend to there's opportunities for cultural art. Did I replay and repeat what you just said correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Caroline. So I have a couple comments and questions. So first of all, thank you, Emily. I did think overall the comp plan amendment language was probably one of the most truthful and great acknowledgments of our history. Between that and I think the history panels, we've done a really nice job retelling that history, which I don't think we have done in the past. So nice job to staff and the community for working on that. I think that's really important to acknowledge our history and where we came from. I agree with Mr. Snyder's request to kind of look into whether we've already repealed the segregation ordinance from the 1900s, and if not, that should be an action following on this. Sorry, we already did? Okay. So let's acknowledge that. In general, my comments on plans are only as good as what we do with them, right? So while I think the plans generally are great, all the comments I think made tonight are great, I'm most excited about what the specifics are that come from this. So we talk about heritage tourism, the placemaking. Aaron talked about the EDO website, kind of to visit Falls Church, public art opportunities, branding for the district. I guess what are the next steps? So should we kind of go through the comp plan amendment process through the spring? Is there a next step on how to implement this, or is this kind of a work plan and staff discussion item?
Let me just invite Emily, if you would like to respond to that. I have some thoughts, but you might have some thoughts as well.
Yeah, I see this as a first step, really getting the ideas out there, and then we can move forward with strategies post-approval or post-action. But yeah, this is really about establishing the district, getting it in our comprehensive plan, and then from there moving forward with tangible strategies for activating the districts.
Great, thank you. In that vein, Emily, I think what might be helpful is some sort of prioritization, like what could be most impactful and helpful between all the different actions we could take. We just rattled off a bunch of different ideas, and there's probably things that would make sense and easy to do, or easier to do. That's it.
Yeah, we can get maybe like a little table at the end or somewhere in the plan with implementation, like looking forward and prioritizing different strategies and how we would implement those.
Great, that's it. Thank you. There's nothing else. We're ready to move on. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you.
All right, next up is the Greening of Lincoln Avenue project, and Zach Bradley, I believe, will give the staff report on this tonight. Our goal tonight is really just to brief the City Council on this project. We're beginning the design phase, and we've laid out some public engagement milestones. Before we do the deeper public engagement with residents on the street, we wanted the City Council to be aware of the project, what it is we're talking about, the benefits that we see from this project. It is funded with state and federal grants, and we'll brief you on that financing strategy as well. Mr. Bradley.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Shields. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So I am not going to go through the staff report word by word. My intent is to keep this relatively short. But before I get started, I do want to stress just a couple of points. The first one is we are only at like 15% design. So this is a bit earlier than council would typically see it. So I may not have any specific design details or technical answers tonight, but can certainly take that back to the design team and we can talk through that. And then the other one I want to go through, we'll talk in detail in just a couple more minutes, is specifically the public engagement. Given that this project is ARPA funded, we have till December 31st of this year to get a construction contract in place and those funds encumbered on a PO, which means we need design by, I believe it's July 1st in the staff report, so that we have enough time to advertise, bid out, bring it to council, and have everything awarded. So we are on a, I wouldn't call it a tight timeline, but we do have to stick to that timeline, especially as it comes to the public engagement. So Greening of Lincoln in itself, I think in one form or another has been around for many years. Since the storms a few years ago, it's evolved into more of a green infrastructure stormwater management type project, which if you look at the conceptual designs provided, there's quite a bit of pavement removed, bioretention facilities installed, with the intention of trying to reduce that runoff and trying to ease that stormwater burden on the residents. We've not lost sight of the traffic calming. We're looking at narrower lanes, bump outs, improved pedestrian access, crosswalks, so on and so forth through the area. And then another part of the project is looking at relocating those sidewalks so that the utility poles are no longer in conflict. I'll touch on that in just a second. So the recommendation tonight is really to provide a brief update, given that we are about to enter into public engagement. So council is aware of what's going on, can be involved in public engagement, and be prepared to answer any questions from residents or anybody they may hear from. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up. So right now, as I said earlier, we are very early on in the design process. We're looking at 60% plans to close around May. That will be the final end of the public engagement. We're looking at having the first meeting in the next couple of weeks, another follow-up meeting in March to make sure we're capturing and responding appropriately to the public engagement. We expect the residents of the street to be very involved. We want to keep them up to date so that we're not falling behind on our schedule or surprised by any last-minute items that may be brought up. In addition to that, we're also running concurrently with multiple funding sources. As I mentioned earlier, we have the ARPA money, which totals around $4.8 million for this project. We also have a roadbed reconstruction grant through VDOT, which is a revenue sharing grant for 2.7. Right now, our total estimate sits around $8 million, and our funding sits around $7.5 million. The deficit there is the sidewalk portion, removing that conflict with the utility poles. We are exploring eligibility of that with the ARPA money. Anything we fund through that ARPA money has to be direct support to the stormwater project and not just relocating a sidewalk. But we are pursuing a couple of other funding sources. I don't have a whole lot of information on those tonight, other than to say that we are pursuing them. We are working on language, and that we do plan to give council a more comprehensive update, not only on the fiscal impact and the budget, but also public engagement and the details, technical details, and kind of finalized scope around the 30% plans, which will be in March to April. And with that, Mr. Shields, I'm going to turn it back over to you if you have anything, and if not, we can open it up to questions.
Did you want to just put the map up on the screen? Maybe Sophie could do that? Just so if there are any council
Yes.
questions on the specifics of the plan that we'll be discussing with neighbors.
Yes, certainly.
I'm sorry, that's not actually to you, Zach. That'll be to Sophie. But this was in the packet, so just wondered if council had any questions about the plans themselves. We'd be happy to answer any of those questions.
Debbie?
Zach, have you seen the letter from Andrew Olison that had quite extensive and detailed questions and recommendations from that group of citizens who've really been following this issue quite closely? There were some very, very detailed requests with acknowledgement that it may be too early to have that, but I actually think it's pretty great to have that at 15% as you're looking at what's doable, what's affordable. I know a lot of the questions were around utility poles and those sidewalks, which are quite expensive, but I think that's a great first review of it, because it was pretty extensive and better than I personally can do looking at those. So I'm really leaning heavily on experts like Andrew who put a lot of time in there. So that's question number one. Have you seen it? That letter, I think, went to you as well.
Yes, we have seen the letter. I did fail to mention earlier, this has been not this exact plan. We've modified this plan to incorporate some of those comments received by Mr. Olison and CACT. So this has been to them. I believe it was November. Please don't quote me on that. I'm not going to say we've addressed everything, but there are several changes in what is in this packet tonight versus what was presented to them. They range. There's a variety, but there's some bike lane extensions, some changes in parking, so on and so forth, trying to take those items into account.
So that'd be great to incorporate that into our next discussion of it. And if there are budget constraints based upon that, to know what that gap would be, so we know if we should be looking at other CIP resources, or, I do think it's as he noted, once in our generation opportunity to really get this right. So I appreciate your feedback on that. And then my second question is, the Public Utilities Commission meets tomorrow night, and their work plan is to be focused on things that impact stormwater. Is this? But I didn't see an agenda posted yet, so I don't know. Is this going to be on the agenda for the PUC meeting tomorrow night? Because that group of folks is also tasked with addressing this.
I will touch base with the staff liaison tomorrow. I believe it is, but I am not 100% on that.
Okay, I'd like that group to be, that's part of their charter, to be working on this specific topic. So the sooner they get that information, the better, and they can provide feedback with their expertise and their personal experience as well. Thank you.
Caroline?
Thanks, Zach. Excited about this project too. I've got a couple of questions. Clarify for me those orange boxes on the diagram that we're looking at. Does that mean that is the only places to park on the street?
Those orange boxes are what would be considered a and I might be generalizing for the entire plan. I'm not up to speed on every detail, but I believe the orange boxes are kind of an idealized, here's where vehicles can park, in terms of if we were to mark a space, that is the space that would be required to mark. In reality, when we don't mark spaces, we can usually, and I'm looking at the orange box on the top left, kind of to the right of the first house. In reality, we probably have like 40 feet between those two driveways. We would need 44 to mark 2 spaces, and that's why only 1 is there. That would be my best guess tonight. I believe that is the case. We can fine tune some of that parking and better display that as we progress the plans, though.
Yeah, so I echo Andrew's comments around just making sure that as we engage into the community, we're very clear on the parking impacts, particularly addressing very pointedly when people ask, "Are you reducing my parking?" That we have a visualization and a verbalization that is very clear on that. It's very difficult to tell from the pictures, so thank you. My second suggestion is I'm looking at the page 5 of the implementation plan, and great to see that we've got, as soon as next month, a town hall, we've got 2 walking tours, and we've got a second town hall after the 30% plans. But we drop off an engagement right after. So would you please consider adding perhaps between the, after the 60%, just based on prior experience with Park Avenue, I really encourage staff that we take the time and re-engage the public with the 60% plans. Does that make sense, or is that going to throw off the timeline?
Let me touch base with the project manager and the design team. My gut feeling is that we'll throw off the timeline. The 6 to maybe 7 weeks between 60 and 90% plans is generally how long an engineer would need to update those. So adding in a meeting in between there, you'll have the delay for the meeting. We'll have a couple of weeks to kind of review comments. There will be at least 4 weeks added to that, and I'm not entirely confident that we can still meet the ARPA deadlines if we do that. But I will take that back to the team, and we will certainly discuss that.
Another option is that we lace it, we take this design kickoff phase, right, and run it in parallel with all the city council meetings, and then we lace into a city council work session a 60% update. So I just want to make sure that we are smarter about how we define our information dissemination mechanisms, and whether that be a city council working session or whether that be, if you can do it without throwing off the timelines, we definitely want to use that money within the ARPA limitation of when that money needs to be used. Another public engagement. I hope I'm making sense there, because I think, civil council work session might work as a way to disseminate versus another walking tour or town hall. Thank you for taking that back for consideration. That's it for me, at least for now. Thank you.
Aaron?
Could I just maybe say one more thing on public engagement? One of the things that I think Zach is also articulating with this good, clear layout is a desire to engage with the public with a real clear roadmap, and not one that sort of goes on forever, but results in decisions that people, when they're engaged, they can see the feedback, and then they can see how the decisions get made. If it goes on too long, sometimes people just sort of just drop out. It's just too much of a process. 60% also is an important one, because after 60% is when we go out for right-of-way acquisition. So making changes after 60% is generally not what we're trying to do. There's some final refinements, obviously, but a lot of those are about utilities and about sort of technical things, not really at the conceptual level that neighbors would care about. So I would ask council to see if we can try to do this program and have that May 3rd date is where we are trying to bring public engagement, to end that phase with a successful completion. The next phase, of course, then when we get into construction, that's a whole new kind of public engagement to let people know what's happening and when, so they can adjust to that. So the engagement doesn't end, on the project. It's just it goes into another phase after May 3rd. That's what what we're going to try to do, and try to have a successful process with the public.
Before we get to Aaron, so I appreciate the sentiment that we are talking about at 15%, because I don't think we've ever seen it this early, and so it seems like the scope is pretty broad in terms of what we can comment on. To follow what you want to do, Wyatt, I think we need to actually define at 15%, here's what we can provide input on. At 30%, here's what we can provide input on. By 60%, all this is locked down, and it's really more FYI, and we actually may not have input, but we need to lay out what those scope parameters are at those each phases, because I think if we do have a town hall at 6%, or even if we have a work session, people will then have false expectations of whether we actually have ability to change anything. So I think maybe the next time we see it, to understand, here's all the parameters that you can provide input. How long the sidewalk should be, where do we underground things, where the crosswalks are, where we can fix intersections, where we can add parking spaces. Seems like all that's appropriate up until 30%. And then between 30 and 60, a lot of those are getting finalized, and we probably don't have much room for input beyond that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Sorry, Aaron.
No, that's fine. Thanks, Zach, for coming to us early, as you say we are. In terms of the schedule, so to me it seems like an aggressive schedule to have this done by December 2024, and I know that it needs to be done by December 2024 because that's when we need to have the project awarded to a contractor. So in terms of public engagement, I just would like to think about, how it is that we're going to most effectively communicate to the public. Should potentially postcards go out to Ward 3, right? In terms of just getting the information out there so that people know to be aware of what's coming up in terms of, the first town hall next month. So we're already mid-January, and, we're talking about kind of wrapping up public engagement within a 3-month period. And so I think people just need to know, hey, within the next 90 days, we need your comments on this, and you are the, primary neighborhood impacted by this. And so, doing this sooner rather than later is going to help everyone. And I think it's been good, in the staff report where you're talking about the benefits of the project. And so where there are those things that are, a community or neighborhood feels like they're losing, to better explain, what it is that you're gaining in exchange in terms of pedestrian safety or more walkability or better stormwater. So, doing those two things together. In terms of the post 30% at 60%, to the extent that that is FYI, if there's a project website for this, I think it might help people, instead of just the plans going up, to even have a video to say, hey, this is what's going on, this is the status update, this is what the plan looks like, so that it's much easier for people to understand kind of what's happening and when they're going to start seeing things, because it seems like it's getting awarded to the contractor, and then this project's taking off and in construction for the next 2 years, as I'm understanding this. And then also, I found the plans a little bit difficult to follow. And I think the same way for the public, to the extent that you can even do elevations, right? So that people can better visualize what this looks like, that would be helpful to do, and to, again, have it ready for town halls, and walking tours. In terms of the budget, it wasn't clear to me, the Park Avenue project is estimated at $11 million. This project is estimated at $8 million. Do we think that we're going to be able to accomplish all of this for $8 million, or that we're going to be making decisions about, what it is that we're able to accomplish staying within that budget? And it also wasn't clear to me whether, in terms of right-of-way acquisitions, are we dependent on property owners along Lincoln for accomplishing various aspects of this?
Yes. So I'll start with the right-of-way because it's the easiest one to answer. Right now, the plans in front of you have been built around trying to avoid any type of right-of-way or easement acquisitions, and working exclusively within our existing right-of-way. That was done intentionally, knowing that, right, we are trying to meet a December 2024 contract in place, funds on a PO. Typically, right away would add, depending on how many properties are impacted, anywhere from 6 to 18 months, and it wouldn't be a feasible project. In terms of budget, the $8 million estimate is something that is only a few weeks old. We feel pretty confident in that number. I don't have the breakdown in front of me. I do apologize. So I can't tell you what's stormwater, what's roadbed reconstruction, what's sidewalk. But we do feel very confident in the stormwater and the roadbed reconstruction portions of this. And then, as I said, the sidewalk portions we have, there's kind of two things going for us. Parts of the sidewalk are eligible under the ARPA money, as they are, right, we're removing sections of sidewalk, crosswalks, curb ramps, so we have to put those pieces back in. So sections of the sidewalk will be eligible for the stormwater project. The sections that are not eligible, we feel very confident that we have some funding opportunities in the works, so that all of that pans out and sorts itself out. So I hope that answered those questions.
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions? Mary Beth?
Thanks, Zach. I'm just going to ask some questions about the actual map, which may be really obvious, but as I looked at it, I thought I better ask rather than just assume. So as far as the sidewalk goes, are we ensuring that that sidewalk accessibility goes all the way to west? We had a comment a couple of years ago about a person who was in a wheelchair that got stuck in there at the end because the sidewalk just kind of ended.
Yes, so the sidewalk would go all the way from west to the county limits. The intention behind the scope of the sidewalk portion of the project is to improve kind of the random odd end connections, kind of the muddled connections, remove the utility pole conflicts, and then shorten pedestrian crosswalk distances, make pedestrians more visible, so on and so forth.
Is it on both sides of the road or just one side?
I don't have a straightforward answer. It is primarily on the bottom side. As you can see, there are sections that are on both sides,
Right.
but we are generally not adding a sidewalk on the top side of the road as we're looking at this.
Is that financially because we don't have the right of way there, or a variety of reasons?
It's a variety of reasons. So part of it, there's obviously an increase in cost. Probably the bigger reason is the right-of-way impacts. So the pink lines that are on the screen are the property lines and the right-of-way lines. Adding in another sidewalk does require us to go through a right-of-way phase, not for permanent right-of-way, but at the very least for temporary easements. We regrade a significant portion of the driveways as well. So residents have a rather large burden during construction to support that. And then there's some other kind of minor reasons in there, but those would be the big ones.
Okay. So then the expectation is the lower side of the road on this map will have sidewalk end to end. The upper side
Correct.
will have it in certain places, but may just end. Okay.
That is correct. I will note that the sidewalk doesn't just end. We do make sure there's a crosswalk provided.
Okay.
So that pedestrians can cross the street and use the sidewalk that runs end to end.
Okay. And then Ms. Hiscott mentioned Mr. Olson's letter on bike lanes. I just want to make sure that I would associate myself with that and say, I think that's all good things to consider. As you come down Lincoln Avenue going to Arlington, it's so obvious where the edge of Arlington is because the bike lanes are so good there. Will we connect right into those bike lanes so it becomes seamless? Is that the intent as well?
Yes. So working with Mr. Olson, if you go to the very last page, Sophie, I think it might actually be shown, and I don't remember which street it is. Maybe it's the penultimate page. I believe bike lanes are now shown, working with Mr. Olson either to I think it was Yucatan or Meridian, and making sure those bike lanes are tied in.
I think it's Yucatan is where the bike lane is nice in Arlington.
Yes, and I can't remember off the top of my head. I do apologize, but the intention is to meet the request of that group to make sure the bike lanes are tying in. We can't run them the length of Lincoln, unfortunately, primarily due to right-of-way restrictions. But we do want to make sure they're tied in, and it was either Yucatan or Meridian that it was requested to go to, so that cyclists had a kind of parallel to Great Falls type access.
So will the bike lanes then be Sharrows? They're not actually protected bike lanes down Lincoln Avenue.
They will be protected bike lanes to either Yucatan or Meridian, and then from there it will go to Sharrows for the rest of Lincoln out to West.
So the majority of it is Sharrows. A little bit
Correct.
of it is bike lanes. Okay. And then my last question is one that I'm only asking because I know many people will, but on the last page there it shows how many parking places we will have at the end, and we're at like a third of the parking places that are there now. And my experience in dealing with these kind of things, that's the thing that people are going to see first. So I don't know if, as you're doing public engagement, you want to just say that up front or balance that out with, I just want to say this now, this is what it is, and then balance it out with what are the reasons for that. That's a lot of parking places to be lost, and I do know that people hold those things dear. So as you go out and do public engagement, be prepared for that.
Yes, and this is not something we want to keep a secret. This is something we're trying to be upfront about in terms of the parking. We're not expecting this to be everybody's on board on day one. And even though it's showing a significant decrease, we can certainly add parking spaces back in. So as you're kind of going through the plans, you'll see different areas that are highlighted kind of as buyer retention areas, something like that, that are green instead of parking. They don't necessarily have to be a buyer retention. They can be kind of a permeable pavement, something along those lines. So, we're not saying this has to be it. This is just a starting point for us to have a conversation with residents.
So maybe you want to have a third column there that says possibly more parking places, just because that's a really stark drop. So what you just said sounds reasonable to me, but it might make sense to have that in there somewhere so people can see that this isn't a guaranteed 1/3 of parking places remaining.
Yeah, I'll take that back to the project team and see what they can come up with. My fear is that in theory they can all be reconstituted.
Right.
So let me go back to the project team and have that discussion with them. But point taken.
Yeah. And then my last question is just, is it a either or? It's not an either or then. You could have the bioretention and the parking places. You don't have the bioretention in place of the parking places, or they're different levels of bioretention. Some of them you can't have parking on and some you can.
So the buyer retention would go away in favor of permeable pavers, something like that. So in essence, you still have the infiltration into the ground, but you don't have the landscaping or the plantings in those areas.
So that's the trade-off then. You get more parking, but
Correct.
It's parking and it's not as attractive.
Mm-hmm.
Or green,
And-
since it's called the
and
greening
I
of
will
Lincoln
note-
Avenue.
Yes, and I will note some of the areas, if you zoom into some of the areas show that they're 20, 25 feet wide for buyer retention. We can narrow those to, I'm trying to think what parking spaces are. I think 8 feet, 7 feet of permeable pavement, with the remainder being buyer retention as well. So it's not necessarily all the buyer retention has to go away. It would just narrow up. If that makes sense.
Yep. Just make sure you explain that as you're going out, because that is another one that it's a great trade-off. If it's called the greening of Lincoln Avenue and we're making it green, then maybe it's okay to get rid of some parking and but those trade-offs have to be pretty clearly enunciated for people to really understand. Thanks.
Zach, thank you. There's, at least from my perspective, there's a lot to like about this plan. What is the width of the travel lanes, or at least the range of the width of the travel lanes?
The intention is to take the travel lanes to 11 feet, which is what would be our minimum for a snow emergency route for plow operations. And then the bump outs and kind of all of the geometry and whatnot would be modified so that we can lower the speed limit to 20 miles an hour on the roadway as well.
Is there, I mean, and maybe it's worth discussing as part of this project, rather than, I guess, designing Lincoln Avenue around snowplows, are there alternative measures if City Council wanted to dedicate funding to a new snowplow that was 10 feet wide instead of, or needed 10 feet of clearance? Could we then get the lanes to 10 feet wide?
We currently run 10-foot snowplows and 11-foot snowplows. So yeah, we can't go smaller than what we have.
You can't go smaller than 10 foot? And why is that?
No. It's 4 passes on a roadway instead of 2 passes on a roadway. And you get into logistics and more trucks, more staff. You get into significant issues because it takes twice as long to plow a road.
Okay. I guess my general concern is that, you know, streets wider than 10 feet are significantly associated with higher speeds and higher crash frequencies. And so I would generally like to see the travel lanes narrowed, especially given that we talk about a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, but people often don't abide by that unless there are, infrastructure to support 20 miles an hour, and so that would be narrower lane widths. Parking spaces, do you happen to know if they're 7 feet or 8 feet, or you're not sure the exact width?
I don't know that. That I'm not sure of. Okay.
Would you be able to get that to us, or would somebody be able to let me know what the
So I might be able to answer what you're getting at right now. So generally what you do is with a 10-foot lane, you would meet the recommended parking width of 8 feet. Mm-hmm. With an 11-foot lane, you could meet the recommended parking width, the minimum parking width of 7 feet. Right. So you end up with the same asphalt width, but you put the white edge line in a slightly different spot. Yeah. And that gives you that's kind of the compromise in between there, and then you still feel those parked cars are also acting as traffic calming.
And so, would the plan be likely to have the 11-foot lane and the 7-foot parking?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Gotcha. And I'm curious, what does the stormwater facility look like? I noticed all these markings for stormwater facilities. I was just wondering what that exactly is.
On this plan, they're primarily bioretention based. I'm trying to think of an example of what that would look like in town. Generally, they're mulched areas. Actually, I think Columbia Baptist just installed one over on North Maple. They're generally mulched areas. They have plantings and landscaping inside of them. And those plants are they're typically native. They can suck up a lot of water when it's raining, but they can also go a while without a whole bunch of water with deeper roots, things like that. I think Columbia Baptist just installed it. Maybe they're in the process of still installing it. And then if you go over, I don't think we've reinstalled the Berman Park one yet. But if you remember Berman Park around the old boardwalk before it was torn out and replaced, that was a bioretention area as well.
Gotcha. I'm wondering, what other traffic calming measures are there? I heard a rumor of raised crosswalks. Has that been something that's been thrown out there? Or, yeah.
Yes, we generally look at raised crosswalks on most of our projects. I will say historically the issue with them has been the lack of stormwater facilities in terms of catch basins and piping. I'm not familiar enough with this project and where those stormwater catch basins and pipes are to speak to any kind of feasibility, but that is something that we are looking at.
And just to second Andrew's comment on some of the missing links on the sidewalk, if it's possible to include those, I would strongly support that. And also possibly continuing the sidewalk next to Lincoln Park to Greenwich Street would be another missing link sidewalk that I guess even if we can't include adding a sidewalk in this project, is it something where we could map it out and maybe put the parking in a certain place and put a bioretention facility or something else in place of where a sidewalk could go at a future point?
Conceptual, I'll say yes. Sometimes it's easier said than done, but right now I don't see why we couldn't at least kind of sketch something up. So we're working around a future improvement as a worst case scenario. I can go back to the design team with that, make sure we're doing that.
Okay, that would be great. Just a couple other notes. One is after the rains of the past week, maybe last week, Lincoln Park was, a third of it was a puddle. And it stayed as a puddle for a long time afterwards. I'm wondering, would the bioretention facility that's part of Lincoln Park, would that probably address the issue? Have people actually looked into, the sort of sloping of Lincoln Park and where, the gigantic puddle forms?
I'll have to go back to the project team on that to see if we can improve that park. It is a known low spot. I unfortunately am not familiar enough with the project to speak to a whole lot of detail on that. That's something that I'll take back to the design team, and then we'll see what we can do to improve it.
Great.
The only thing I would just add is the reason the city owns that parcel is because it has a very high water table and it was not developable. I think that's the history of it. And so the only, you can't do a bioinfiltration there because that's just going to fill up with water. So the only thing you really could do is drain it more efficiently. So I say that partly just to manage expectations and what we might be able to do there. But it is not good for the users of the park.
Right. And then my final question is sort of a combination of things, which is, I guess for looking specifically at bike facilities, thinking about a bike box right at the corner of, or the south east corner of Great Falls and Lincoln. I didn't see Shero symbols down Lincoln Avenue, so I guess that would be something that would be included at a later date, is where the Shero symbols go.
That is correct. So the Shero symbols and bike boxes, we will be doing those throughout the corridor. I couldn't tell you specifics on it. What I can tell you is we've talked about them. They will be included. They're just not shown on this. We wanted to show more kind of where we're removing impervious, where we have an opportunity to do bioretention, impacts to parking, and we got a little more focused on those items than striping.
Gotcha. And then the only thing was there's a weird no bike sign at the corner of Great Falls and Lincoln on the southeast corner, and you have to zoom in to see it. Those things just show up in a few weird places. I was just wondering if you happen to know about them, or if that was just a weird thing on the map.
That might be an odd quirk. That's something, if you find something odd like that throughout town, send me the location. I'll get the engineers to look at it, and we can remove kind of an odd quirk, or if it's an enhancement or something that needs to stay, we can, whether it's enhancing the visibility of, say, a weight limit restriction sign, or removing a kind of a no bike sign for a public road. We can evaluate those and get those corrected.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else in the room? Dave?
Thanks. So let me ask a couple questions. Is there a continuous bike lane in this plan?
From Arlington to West Street, no.
I think that's something we need to think about some more. Coordination with Arlington. So you've got an exit off 66 right on the edge of this, a block or so away. And the tendency is to develop fairly high speeds after you stop at the exit. You've just been on an interstate if it's not totally congested. You have people coming down and down one hill and over another one. To what extent has there been coordination with Arlington for traffic calming as well as the other amenities in this project?
As far as the Arlington portion of the roadway, that is something I'd have to check with the project manager on. I know there has been a level of coordination. It has primarily been centered around tying in the striping and continuing the bike lanes up to either Yucatan or Meridian. I'd have to check with the project manager for anything further.
Because I used to live in that area, and one morning we were greeted by a police officer where 4 cars were smashed, and the car that did it was halfway up the block. So it's good that we're managing traffic within our boundaries, but any help that we can have with Arlington in terms of their side of this project would be, I think, overall a contribution for the traffic calming. And then how much of this project, I think it was asked by another council member, how much of this project is in the existing right-of-way? Or rather, how much, let me ask it differently, how much of this project is within the curb-to-curb in the existing road? Because right-of-way may extend into areas that people have over the years thought was their part of their property. So I'm trying to figure out, I want a good reaction from the neighborhood if at all possible. So how much of this is within the current curb lines?
That to be honest with you, I don't have a number or a percentage that I can give you tonight. That's something that I'd have to bring the project manager in on. What I can say is that minus maybe the sidewalk area, because we're shuffling sidewalks around to avoid utilities, the overall intent is to work within the existing curb lines and shrink the roadway to remove unnecessary pavement. I'm not going to say we're perfect on that through the corridor, because I'm not 100% confident we are perfect on that.
Okay.
But minus the sidewalks, that was kind of the constraint we gave ourselves, and we met that where feasible.
Okay, I just want to put these things on the table for further consideration. And then parking, that's already been discussed. How much of the parking spaces that would theoretically be eliminated are actually being currently used today? Because it's one thing, it's one thing to use roadway that isn't currently being parked on, which theoretically would be less controversial than roadway that's being regularly used as parking.
Yeah, so
again, just to put this on the table for future reference.
Yeah, so we do intend to do a more comprehensive parking study now that we've kind of entered into the engineering phase. We're out of the conceptual phase. What our field observations were through the conceptual phase is anywhere from about a quarter to a third of the parking on the top side of Lincoln, as we're looking on this, was used, and about half of the parking on the bottom side, as we're looking at this concept plan, was used.
Right. So, right. So that may be an important addition to the chart. That is, how much is actually being currently used as parking that would be taken away versus theoretical parking that isn't being used for parking, and therefore gives us more leeway to use it for other purposes. Finally, there are some historic elements here. The streetcar used to run there. I think one of the buildings was an old streetcar stop, and one of the markers for the boundary, one of the boundary stones for DC is a block up, I think, what is it, Meridian? So it might be, if it's possible, to maybe find a grant to do a little bit of historic signage. That would be great as well. So these are just the questions that I had. Whether the bike lane is continuous, whether the sidewalks are continuous, have we coordinated with Arlington? How much is within the curb to curb? Can we do something to note historic significance? And then parking, how much of it's actually being used versus theoretical? Thanks.
Thanks, Zach. So I have some questions and comments. So first of all, Zach, thank you for this. I think you're clearly seeing a lot of engagement from council because this project hits and tries to balance all the three priorities we've talked about, which is stormwater, PED, bike, and traffic calming. And so there's a lot of interest, I think, from us to do this right. And given that we have the opportunity to see this at 15%, we appreciate the opportunity to kind of talk about the process side of things. I think Dave's a great point about bike. I do think that if we're going to spend $8 million on redoing Lincoln, that needs greater emphasis. I think when we talk about where we have fallen short on infrastructure, I think bike lanes has been one. And I went back to look at the master bike plan update that we did not get to back in December. The master bike plan process actually calls out Lincoln Avenue as a priority route and points to this project. And if we don't actually have great bike infrastructure as part of this project, it seems like we're pointing fingers at each other saying, well, that project takes care of it, that project takes care of it. And it just feels like a missed opportunity. To Dave's point, if we actually aren't using a whole bunch of those parking spaces, that might be a good opportunity to think about a more dedicated bike lane if that is what the engineers think could fit there. To Justine's point about bike or travel lane width, I think we're referencing the latest Hopkins study that says anything above 10 or 11 feet just causes more fatalities on the roads. And so if there's an opportunity to narrow the driving width and use some of that for a bike lane, could we still then run a plow given the infrastructure that we have now, Zach? Like, can you still run your 10-foot plow on a much narrower travel car lane with a bike lane, like a 3-foot bike lane off to the side?
Yeah. The short answer is yes. I just need more than, I need 11 feet of kind of clear distance. How I get that for the plow,
Yep.
I don't want to say it's irrelevant, but it can be a bike lane that's not going to be used because we've got snow on the ground, plus a driving lane. What I just need to be conscientious of is that the plow driver is not going to cross over the double yellow and clip a car because a 40,000-pound truck versus a 4,000-pound car.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we couldn't have a protected bike lane with like little flexi posts or bollers. But
Correct.
it could just be a dedicated lane that could still be plowed through. So let's think about that if there's enough road width on there, because it feels like it'd be a good way to balance all the considerations we're hearing. I like all the comments about public engagement and thinking more creatively about that. I think both Caroline and Aaron talked about that. This might also be an opportunity to think about how to leverage the CACT, the ESC, and the PUC in their meetings, making sure they're engaged. We have several members of the CACT who live on Lincoln, and so this is very familiar to them. And if they can be advocates to their neighbors about impacts of parking spaces, this is a great place to use our citizens that way. I do think that when we go out to the public engagement, we do need to get very crisp on how we're trying to balance those priorities. I think Mary Beth had great comments about being clear up front on what the impacts could be, how we're trying to balance all the different considerations, what the pros are, and just own the impacts up front and where there might be flexibility. Because I do think if it's buried later on in the presentation, people will then be skeptical of it. I do have some specific feedback because I actually used to live on Lincoln and spent a lot of time at Lincoln Park as well. Lincoln and Oak intersection is one of the ones that we often frequently hear about because it's not a proper T. A lot of people run through that. I think we actually called it out last week when the police were in discussions with us. That is one where there aren't great sight lines. People run the four-way stop a lot. I don't know whether there are more opportunity to straighten out that intersection, kind of like we're doing at Park and Maple. Yeah, it's shortening some crosswalk distances, but I don't know if that's as good as we're going to get it within the scope of what we got and the scope and the dollars.
I think that's as good as we're going to get it within the scope that we have. I think that the bigger constraining issue on kind of putting a little kink in the roads to make them more of a T is going to be a right-of-way acquisition process. I think for the most part, right, if that's something we're interested in and we want to have as a future project, we can kind of reserve and kind of minimize what we're putting in on the corners so that we can, I'll say straighten them out. I don't know if that's the terminology that I particularly want to use, but create those more perpendicular intersections.
Right. And then likewise, Lincoln and Great Falls has a really long crosswalk, and so to the extent we can shorten that, I think that's clearly safer for pedestrians. The Broadway, in the past, when they've raised their stormwater issues, we've pointed to the greening of Lincoln as the project that would help them, even though that's several blocks away. Do we have any analysis on how that could be helpful to them? Is that too early?
We have some limited analysis. I'm not going to speak to it. I'm not a stormwater expert. Part of Lincoln does drain towards them, so by capturing that water and releasing it slower, they will see a benefit. To what extent that is, that's a little bit outside of my bailiwick. I hope that is some level of answer.
Great. And then my last comment, which I think we started doing with CIP projects a few years ago, is anytime we're investing up front on the capital side, let's talk about the maintenance cost. So with the extra bioretention areas, is this going to be additional DPW staff that we need to think about, or maintenance costs that we should factor in by the next time we talk about this?
Yes, there will be some maintenance costs to it. I can't remember the bioretention costs off the top of my head. I think mulch is every 3 years. There's some intensive maintenance of the plants the first couple of years. Then it kind of tapers off to just that mulch every few years. So I don't know what that is right now, but that is something that we're going to make sure we accommodate for.
Great. Yeah, you don't need to answer now. I think it's just more that something that we probably want to see brought back, so that's something we do diligently as part of every capital discussion. I think that's it from me. Thanks again for the opportunity to be able to see this early. It looks like we'll hear back again with those town halls that you outlined in the public engagement schedule. Debbie?
Just wanted to throw out that ESC also has a meeting this Thursday. I asked you about PUC, but ESC is also meeting this week. If we can get this in front of both of them, might be good to have their early input as well. Thanks.
Good idea.
Yes, thank you for the ESC note. I will end, unless there are more questions, I will end and note that we PUC will be involved. We'll make sure ESC gets this. And I also want to encourage council and residents and other board and commission members to submit comments, whether it's at one of the public engagement meetings or just via email, whatever it is. Right. This is big for us on this project. This is a big project with substantial impacts and benefits for not just one or two houses, but kind of a whole region and a whole neighborhood. So I kind of want to put a sales pitch in, since we're on a public forum, to be involved and give us some comments.
Thank you, Zach. And I think I need to remind myself and ourselves that we also need to be realistic, that if we are trying to encumber the funds by the ARPA deadline of 2024, that we may not get everything we want either. So, cool. Thank you, Zach. Okay. All right, moving on. That's nice.
Okay, next up is the Quinn Homestretch site, the senior living project, and we have the development team here in the room with us, and they're coming to the table. And we have Laura Arsenault, who's our lead planner for this case, and she is there waving at us on the television screen. And so, Mayor, what I would propose is that we first turn it over to Ms. Arsenault for a staff report, and then from there get updates from the developer.
That sounds good. Thank you, Laura.
Great. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Shields, Mayor Hardy, City Council members. My name is Laura Arsenault, and I'm a principal planner in planning and zoning and the case planner for the Quinn Enterprises LLC application. Since Council has seen this proposal before, I'll give a brief overview, staff recommendations, updates since the last Council work session, outline the potential fiscal impacts, and give an overview of the schedule of the project. As Mr. Shields has noted, this is a work session discussion tonight, and final consideration is scheduled for February 12th, 2024. The application description starts on line 97 of the staff report. The applicant is proposing a new 10-story mixed-use building with a maximum height of 115 feet. The new building will have 233 units of senior age-restricted housing and approximately 282,500 square feet of gross floor area, which includes retail, restaurant, and medical office uses. The 1.86-acre site is comprised of 3 existing parcels located at 350 and 360 South Washington and 303 South Maple Avenue. The application includes an amendment to the comprehensive plan future land use map to reclassify one parcel, 360 South Washington Street, from business to mixed use, and special exceptions to include residential use in a mixed use project, and to allow an increase of up to 40 feet in building height for a maximum of 115 feet. Staff's recommendations begin on line 17 of the report. Staff has completed the review of submission 3.1 and finds that the project generally aligns with the city's comprehensive plan and the South Washington Small Area Plan. Further, city staff has reviewed the application for conformance with the primary and secondary criteria for review of special exception applications. Staff recommends that the following items be reviewed and refined leading up to final consideration, including 1, the ground floor retail layout, 2, noise and neighborhood impact of the loading dock, 3, underground utilities along Maple Avenue, 4, design and cost of the sculptures in the plaza and the branding of the park, and 5, implementation or contribution of a zone permit parking in Virginia Village neighborhood and consideration of an annual contribution for the city bike share program. Additional items are listed on line 46 of the report and are to be included at the time of the site plan. Staff council is requested to provide feedback on the submission and schedule the project for final consideration. A detailed list of the council's previous comments start on line 67 of the report. The council reviewed and discussed the submission 3.0 on November 20th, 2023. Significant updates to the new submission include provision of a phasing plan to tie the commercial fit out to residential construction, a provision of an additional architectural step back along Maple Avenue, removal of on-street parking spaces along Maple to increase the streetscape, reduction of impervious surface, a commitment to universal design throughout the site internally and externally, evaluation of the cash in lieu versus units provision for the affordable dwelling units. This information is included in the updates table that Sophie is currently scrolling through. A refinement of the sanitary sewer voluntary concession, and a commitment of increase of up to 20% trip reduction in the TDM. The analysis of the fiscal impact starts on line 857 of the report. According to the methodology used in the special exception project evaluations, the total projected revenues for the project are approximately $1.23 million. The total projected expenses are around $368,000. And the projected annual net fiscal impact of the project is approximately $867,000 or $464,000 per acre. The timing of the report begins on line 867 with the schedule and the future dates. Submission 3.1 was received on January 4th, 2024, and staff has scheduled a final consideration on February 12th, 2024. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Alrighty, would the applicant like to speak? And again, if you can just keep it to changes since last time, I think it'd be great.
Certainly. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Members of council, my name is Andrew Painter on behalf of the applicant in the case. Allow me to congratulate everybody on starting off the year new. I think we all look forward to a very thoughtful and civil council as 2024 progresses and the idea of moving Falls Church forward. I am going to just sort of zoom into some of the changes. And I'll go through this sort of in rapid fire, then I'll turn it over to Clint Brackman, our architect, and then we'll open it up to questions if that's the will of the council. Just some, as we go sort of through this, the first couple of bullet point items are architecture. Looking for increased step backs on the west side of the stairs, which we have done to make a uniform step back. We revised the roof plan. We stepped back on the north side of it. We updated all of our elevations and street views. There was a question from Councilman Snyder regarding the shadow studies. We did update those to reflect the new building step back. We did all the months of the year as well. Then we also did a side-by-side comparison of a by right 75-foot building versus a 115-foot building as we have proposed it to see what the differences would be as well, which we can share with you and talk with you if you like. In terms of the park, we found a way to provide an additional 150 feet of hardscape area that we've turned into pervious area. And so you can see the calculations here. They did change slightly. There's still approximately 69% total open space. The amount of landscape open space increased to 32.5%. The amount of tree canopy, which is the bottom figure, increased to almost 19% due to that. We have a commitment to wayfinding signage at all entrances, and all park entrances. The Rolling Road Park name. We received a couple comments, particularly from staff, about the name of the park. We have inserted Rolling Road Park just as a placeholder, but we did add in a voluntary concession to say that, this is going to be branded sort of as a city park. It's going to be under a public access easement. This will be, the name of this can be up to council. So we added that into our voluntary concessions as well. We're kind of agnostic to that. The next item down, we talked about, Councilwoman Flynn talked about stamped sidewalk markers. That was a request that we received from last time to look at doing that as a potential interpretive commemoration. That doesn't mean that we're going to do it. It's just one of the many, we just threw it in there as one of the many ideas that we could have, similar to what you see at the Reserve at Tinner Hill and on the South Maple Avenue sidewalks in front of Boric G. There was a commitment to work with the Tinner Hill Heritage Foundation and the Arts and Humanities Council and other nonprofit and civic associations to produce a minimum of 4 special events annually in the park. We've committed to that. There was a concern that this is going to be a large 33,900 square foot new park. What does that look like from a safety perspective? We did receive comments from the Recreation and Parks Department and for the Police Department that we added in a voluntary concession that we will, at time of site plan, work with both departments to develop appropriate signage, regulations, and protocols related to things like trespassing and security and monitoring, that sort of thing. And then we went a little bit further and we agreed to engage a third-party consultant to conduct what's called a crime prevention through environmental design analysis with respect to the park's physical layout. So that's something that we will do at time of site plan. Ms. Connolly had asked about ensuring that the proposed streetscape design would be consistent with the 2017 streetscape design standards for commercial streets. We have added that voluntary concession. Mayor Hardy had asked about, or asked us to take a look at the bike lanes to make sure that they match with what was located further up in front of the bowling alley and what the city has programmed through its bike master plan. We have confirmed that it will be on-road bike lanes, separately striped. They will not be sharrows. And so this will match with what is planned for the entire Maple Avenue corridor. Former Mayor Tarter had asked us to include information about shuttle service. We did include that, as well as shared vehicles and their transportation demand management measures. Mayor Hardy, Vice Mayor Hiscott, Councilwoman Leon, and Councilwoman Connolly had asked us to take a look at increasing the minimum amount of electric vehicle charging stations from 5%. We did do that to 7%. This would deliver 21 spaces and should be the largest commitment to date from a voluntary concessions perspective for any of the mixed-use redevelopment projects. Ms. Hiscott and Mayor Hardy had asked us to increase our transportation demand management commitment from 10% to something more. Staff had suggested 20%, and we agreed to do that. Ms. Hiscott and Mayor Hardy had asked us to take a look at the 40,000 bike share maintenance contribution. We have retained the 40,000 bike share maintenance contribution. We have put in as an alternative that we could provide that in 10 increments of $4,000 annually. Former Councilman Duncan had asked us to take a look at retaining rental cars. That has been stricken from the list of prohibited uses. And really what that's getting at is shared vehicles. If there's an opportunity for zip cars or something else, that we'd be able to do that here. Former Mayor Tarter had asked us to take a look at committing to painting the ground entry level of the garage as well as the loading dock a bright color or a white color to assist with the visual transition as people move from inside and outside spaces. We've made a commitment to doing that. In terms of commercial uses, former Councilman Duncan had asked us to look at linkage between the residential certificates of occupancy and the commercial certificates of occupancy. Staff had come back and asked for 75% of the commercial space prior to the certificate of occupancy for the final residential floor. We have agreed to do 50%. Mayor Hardy had asked us to look at a commitment to minimum conditions. What does it mean when somebody commits to a warm lit shell condition? We've added in those sort of requirements. We have agreed to provide copies of the voluntary concessions to all of our prospective commercial tenants in the building. We have also agreed to follow the Federal Department of Energy's Zero Energy Ready Home Program checklist when we are evaluating the availability or the potential for on-site renewable or photovoltaic potential on the building. We have increased the frequency of fiber optic pulled junction boxes from every 500 feet to every 400 feet. We did work with staff to provide 2 alternatives for enlarging sanitary sewer facilities to serve the project, as well as making sure that they are large enough to serve all of the anticipated development in the city center downtown area. We worked with Mr. Bradley and his team to come up with the language that provides 2 alternatives. One would do a pump and force main sewer to Arlington County system. The other one would be gravity flow to the Fairfax system, whichever is available. So option 1 would be Fairfax if that's available. If that's not available, we will install the force main pump. But they will be sufficiently large enough to handle additional projects as contemplated by the small area plans for the city. We modified the language of the affordable housing contribution at staff's request to provide the cash contribution as the default. But if the city wanted us to provide the 2 on-site units, that could be done per a separate vote. Again, that was at staff's request, which we agreed to. We are agnostic to it, but we did hear a clear preference for the cash contribution. We agreed to change or to add to our construction, traffic, and parking plan that contractors, subcontractors, workers would be refrained from parking on residential streets. We also added a condition to our construction, traffic, and parking plan that sidewalks would include a physical safety barrier between construction and traffic. And then there was also a comment regarding universal design elements from former Mayor Tarter to make sure that we had universal design elements in all of the interior common areas. That has been added as a voluntary concession. And then Mayor Tarter also had a question about the pump vault, making sure that that was not going to be an above grade situation where, you know, you would have loud noises or anything like that. We've confirmed that that will be below grade and right to the right of the lobby. So let me go through this. Just to show upgrades or updates to the rendered site plan. Just as a reminder, this is what we originally submitted with our, last March. And then this is where we stand today. We did get rid of the 2 parallel parking spaces on South Maple Avenue. We recaptured that space for additional landscaping, 1 additional tree, and then movable and fixed seating. And then at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Clint with Architecture Inc. to walk through the changes to the architecture. Clint?
Good evening, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Clint Brackman.
Turn your microphone on.
Sorry. Good evening, everyone. My name is Clint Brackman. As mentioned, I'm with Architecture Incorporated. It's a pleasure to speak with you again this evening. Our presentation tonight is very much tailored to the changes that we've made in response to comments that we've gotten. We'll go through this material somewhat briefly, but we're certainly happy to answer any questions, myself and the balance of the team that's here tonight. At any time. We're now looking at the first floor. We're addressing a comment here that you see highlighted in the red box indicating to verify the vehicle accessibility of a parking spot, one of the ADA accessible spots that's in the top right corner of that box that you see. And the way that this slide is constructed, by the way, the previous plan is on the smaller plan on the right and the larger plan, the newer plan on the left, to give you an opportunity to see the before and after. But we have made some parking adjustments in this area to ensure the viability of vehicle access to that parking space. A much more significant change occurred at the 8th floor of the building, where some of the comments that we have received, as you know, were to create additional setback facing South Maple Avenue. And so what we've done is extend a previously presented setback that existed on the east side of the site to the west side of the site, so that now the entirety of the facade that faces South Maple Avenue includes a setback at the 8th floor of the building, or anything above the 7th floor. So you'll see that in some of the 3D imagery that we'll see, but the area affected is included in that red box that you see on this plan. In 2 dimensions, these are the elevations we had presented before. Again, you'll see a pattern of behavior where each of the red boxes indicates the changes that we've made. The top left image indicates the notch that you can now see in the facade of the building, where that element of the building is stepped back, this being the view from the park, the top left elevation. The top right elevation is the view from South Maple Avenue and the 2-dimensional view looking at the facade of the building. And the portion in the red box is pushed farther away from you in this view now from the balance of the facade, so that, again, we can articulate the setback. And at the 8th floor line, at the range of that setback, additional balconies are created within the envelope of the setback, so that it does not project beyond the facade, but rather when the building pulls back, that exposed roof area was used to create a balcony. I included a materiality slide for two reasons. One, it gives me an opportunity to include a larger view of that two-dimensional north elevation, but also it represents the same materiality that we had presented to you in the past. There's been no change to that. It represents the same. But we wanted to address a question that we had received relative to whether or not there existed in the marketplace another building that may use a similar complement of both material and color as we are intending to use on this building. And in fact, coincidentally, there is. You don't need to go very far to see it either. It's an apartment building called the Vista at Fairfax Corner. It's not a project that this design team was involved with, but nonetheless, we do take note that it happens to have a strikingly similar complement of material choices and colors. It is a, I think, 12-story multifamily facility, which we find particularly relevant as we are also designing a senior living multifamily project in this case. And so the familiarity of the materials we found was relevant. I included the image of the loading dock, not because there's any changes to the loading dock design, but rather to reiterate a point relative to the studies that we've conducted on the loading dock. We continue to show and believe that the right answer for the loading dock is facing South Maple Avenue. We have examined this multiple different ways. We looked at trying to take the loading dock from the east, which unfortunately precludes the ability to develop the park in the way that we present it. We've looked at the potential to go from the west. Unfortunately, we don't control the property to the west, which even if that were resolved, there are topographical challenges that allow or would not allow us to accommodate the turning radius of the trucks that would need to access the loading dock. And again, from the south is an unviable approach simply because of the very narrow frontage that we have on South Washington Street, as well as the fact that a loading dock entry on that location would create truck traffic that's not only stopping but backing up into the loading dock from South Washington Avenue and have the negative effect of overall dominating the otherwise pedestrian entry to the building that does face South Washington Street. So again, we feel the way we've articulated the loading dock in the current design is quite tasteful and consistent with other projects of this type being multifamily senior living. This is a three-dimensional view of the north elevation facing South Maple Avenue, and you can see again in the area in red indicated where the additional step back has occurred, creating a consistent step back above the 7th floor for the full width of the facade facing South Maple Avenue. This is a view coming from the west, and again, we wanted to update this to show you the introduction of the step back from this facade that you can see articulated in the red box. And then we've got our street level views. This one reflects two changes. One being you can see in the top right corner the additional setback of this, above the 7th floor, which does diminish the height of the facade that's immediately adjacent to South Maple Avenue, as well as the red box at the street level, which reflects the removal of the on-street parking at this location. This was another view, obviously the same location. We had previously been asked to show this view twice, once with the trees and once without. And so this simply demonstrates the street trees that are in the civil and landscape plans and would be part of the project. I wanted to take a moment to reiterate something we've said previously as well relative to the storefront development. The facade that we reflect now for the park and the elements of retail that face South Maple Avenue are largely placeholders, understanding that individual tenants who come into those retail spaces will and should have expectations of their own facade to be consistent with the brand and the business type that their business is. We look forward to and want to encourage developing individual facades with each of those retail tenants to create some diversity of the facades along the retail store frontage that would face not only the park but South Maple Avenue, and that's going to be the approach to the development of those retail spaces. These are the street view, or sorry, eye level views that we've included previously from the park. We wanted to make sure we updated the lower left image, again, to reflect the removal of the on-street parking at the grade level, and then also the upper right box on that image indicating the step back that occurs above the 7th floor. Views coming from the west looking towards the east on South Maple Avenue. This is at the intersection of Tinner Hill Road. And again, you can see the building location with the addition of the notch, creating the setback that presents itself towards South Maple Avenue. As we progress a little bit closer to the building, there would be an additional setback that is obscured behind these trees here, and it actually helps to diminish. It's kind of an interesting thing to observe that as you approach the building sooner, more of the building is obscured by trees simply because of the setback that's occurring at the 8th floor. And this is, again, highlighting the location of where that setback will occur, so you can, again, see the difference where now more of the building is concealed behind those trees. Street level view looking towards the east, reflecting the removal of the existing street parking in this view. I think on the next image will show that the street parking removed. Similar circumstance, this again is a little bit closer, looking again in this view, which we've presented to you previously, would do so show the street parking in this view, which in this view reflects it removed with a consistent curb line and additional landscape. This is the view looking towards the west, which I guess this is the updated version that does not show the street parking. Then we'll put together these two views looking east and west of the South Maple facade a little bit higher up so that you can get a better vantage point of the recess that's occurring above the 7th floor. So the top 3 floors, 8, 9, and 10 are all set back for the full width of the facade that faces South Maple Avenue. And then for a comparison view, the image on the left is the previous design that only included a setback from roughly the middle of the building towards the east or closer to us in this view. The image on the right is the revised design. Highlighted in red there, you can see the location where the additional step back does diminish the massing quite significantly facing South Maple Avenue. It's worth noting that the balconies that you see on the northeast corner of this elevation were in prior design iterations that were presented to this body, the same balcony that you see on 6 and 7, so the two that wrap the corner. That balcony obviously changed when we introduced the step back on the east side of the building, and it went with it. The projection of the balcony is identical. It did not change. It moved back with the step back. The addition of the new step back, which is now on the west side of the building, has no balconies that project on that side of the building at all. The reason that's done is because the location of the balconies, and this again is something that was consistent with the very first set of iterations that we showed you. On the northeast corner, that is the corner of the building that is farthest away from South Maple and is most tolerant of a balcony. So when we included those balconies at the lower levels, that was the reason for it. And then as we continued up the building, we saw no reason to lengthen those. They project the same amount. It all just pulled back with the step back that occurred at the higher elevations.
That's it. I think that's it. Mayor Hardy.
Thank you. Let's open up to questions and comments. Who's got them? Aaron?
Start, and I might ask a little indulgence given that it's my first time commenting. So I think it would be helpful, you talked about the shadow studies. Can you walk all of us through the shadow studies? I know I had requested them in early January. Your team had requested a meeting with me to kind of brief me on the project. You mentioned at that point in time that they were available. They weren't included in the packet, but I do think it would be helpful for everyone, including anyone, in the public, to take the opportunity here to go through them more in depth because they're not otherwise available to anyone. So can we just take a few minutes to do that?
Certainly. And what's on the screen right now is a series of 3 shadow studies that really cover 6 days of the year, and that's because the sun performs from the equinox to the solstice the same as it does from the solstice to the next equinox. So each one of these represents 2 days of the year. And so what you can see ultimately is what those shadows would look like at those times of the year. I'm trying to think of what else additional detail.
I was wondering. So I had requested of staff, and I think that maybe it was requested of the team. I'm not sure. Updated shadow studies that would show both increased frequency in terms of the time of day. Because what I understand from shadow studies is you try to get 2 hours after sunrise, midday, 2 hours before sunset. So I thought if we had 9, noon, and 3, for example, that it gives a better sense of the sun moving over the areas that are most affected. and that it's also helpful to understand the delta between what the by right 75 feet would be and what the bonus density of 115 feet would be. So I thought that you had done updated shadow studies to actually delineate that information.
We certainly do have the comparison of the 75-foot one, and then we added months. But Clint, do you want to?
I think if you go to the next slide, it might be. Maybe the next one. Is there another one in this package?
Well, this is the 75-foot by right.
Yeah, so this is the comparison that you asked for the 75-foot by right versus the proposed building. In the area that's light blue in this graphic indicates the increase associated with the proposed development. The other more darker gray and the more medium gray reflect either the additional shadow associated with by right or the overlap with the proposed development. As you can see, while there are, of course, differences, they're fairly minor in terms of the overall area of shadow that's created. In terms of time of day, we've looked at producing shadow studies during times when shadows would be pronounced. So, for example, a midday shadow is a minimal shadow because the sun is directly overhead.
Well, and just to add to this as well, I really appreciate you asking for this because we hadn't done that analysis yet. And what this shows is that it casts different shadows, like when you have a squattier building that's at 75 feet and takes up more land area versus a narrower, skinnier building that's taller at 115 feet. So it casts shadows in different areas. They're roughly proximate to each other as far as the total amount of square footage of shadow that's cast. And then the total number of homes upon which a shadow is projected are the same. They're different homes in some cases, but it's the same number of homes. So I just wanted to mention that. What does happen, of course, though, is when you have the squattier building, and what we've shown here, we've mapped out a by right building that's somewhat proximate to what you might find in the South Washington Street small area plan illustrative, is that you lose approximately 52% of the park area that is being proposed. So those are the trade-offs. But again, the total square footage of the amount of shadow cast, it is different with the taller building. It's slightly more, but the number of homes that are affected remains the same.
Okay, thank you. Is it possible to get this information, if you can share it with staff, so that we have access to it to look at?
Yes, and Ms. Arsenault, I believe I forwarded that to you a week and a half ago or so, but staff should have it, and happy to forward it again.
Okay, great, thank you. So I guess that the shadow study leads into a question about the conformance with the 48-488 special exception code language. So as I understand that code language, the maximum height can go from the 75 feet to the 115 feet. And then the height of all the structures that abut in our district must be tapered to take into consideration the height of the existing buildings. And then separately, the upper stories of structures should be stepped back to be compatible with maximum by right height permitted within the B district in which this building will reside. As to the tapering, I know it's come up in the Planning Commission. It kind of came up in other boards and commissions that have been supportive of the project, right, but had concerns about the impact on Virginia Village. And for me, it's both kind of, what that visually looks like, right, what that the other side of the street, in a residential neighborhood is up against in terms of like the B district with the height, but also, thinking about how we're talking about low and moderate income housing and that they're going to be additionally cost burdened, for example, by like higher electricity bills in buildings that aren't like the most energy efficient to begin with. So I do kind of have those concerns overall about both the step backs and the tapering. And when I look at other projects, whether it's Broad and Washington, whether it's Founders Row 1 and the tapering that's on the Park Avenue side down to the 4 stories, that look like almost like townhouses on the Park Avenue side, or in the back of Founders Row 2 when we're talking about the tapering down to the residential neighborhood across the street, I kind of don't understand why this project, and yes, you have like certain constraints in terms of the land, right, and kind of the geography of the parcel, but why it doesn't have more tapering.
I guess this is a question that's come up before. It's a trade-off. Do you want a skinnier building and a larger public park? Do you want a squattier building? I think when we talk about, because this was an issue that was raised by a citizen today regarding equity, and I think that might be maybe what you might be getting at, especially as it relates to Broad and Washington and Lawton and Ellison. I guess just overall from an equity perspective, this is an area that the city has slated for either mixed-use redevelopment or a public park. That's Virginia Village. The majority of the homes in Virginia Village today are either investor occupied, they're city occupied, or they're nonprofit occupied from an affordable housing perspective. The project does provide multifamily senior housing alternatives. And there is a significant commitment to affordable housing. And when we talk about equity as well, it's much more so than just, tapering or step backs. It's what the project delivers overall. And this is the largest single commitment to open space for any voluntary, any mixed-use redevelopment project in the city. There's substantial infrastructure that comes with it that allows the redevelopment and economic investment in this part of the city. So when I look at this from an overall equity perspective and the fact that this is in what's called the core commercial area of the South Washington Street Small Area Plan, which calls for this being the tallest of the buildings in this planning opportunity area, I think it fires on all cylinders.
Okay, I guess just for my colleagues' benefit and just to think more about this, I would push back somewhat because, like I said, those other projects had significant affordable housing. They have affordable housing in perpetuity. They had the tapering that we're talking about, and you're looking not in terms of just the amendment for the uses and getting sort of the mixed use benefit under the other pieces of the zoning map amendment that you're looking for, but I'm talking about just in the conformance to the code in terms of the building height you're seeking up to 115 feet.
And I might defer to staff on this particular issue, but I would just say again, in both of those cases, both Founders One, Broad and Washington, they're opposite areas that are slated to be preserved for established residential communities, whereas Virginia Village is not. But I might defer to Ms. Arsenault on the specific special exception mixed use criteria. And then,
so Ms. Arsenault, if you want to address that, or just, I guess I could go to the other sentence in the 48-488 in terms of the upper stories of the structures being stepped back. So as I understand this, it's come up before in terms of the step backs. I think it came up in the Planning Commission regularly, and that staff had before sought the step backs. They're now on the South Maple side of the building. Does 488, as staff interprets it, go to all facades of the building? So I would think that, you'd have step backs on the park facing side, the South Washington side, and the, I don't know what it is, the west side, like the Henderson House facing side, and that you're not looking for step backs solely on the South Maple side of the building. And I noticed that there's a step back at the 5th floor of the South Washington side, at least for a portion of that facade. I couldn't tell if it goes across the full building or not. But can you just address that in terms of that code provision?
Sure. We looked at the, first of all, the surrounding uses, and the most important ones for the step backs were the residential areas. And so from the initial design to this design, the applicant had made some changes. One to where the Henderson House was to have a little bit of a step back on the upper level, and then had modified the Maple Avenue instead of just a straight facade. They also made some architectural changes to kind of try to address some of those height issues. But let me pull up that section of the code and look at that part of the staff report, because I think it does say the 48. Sorry,
it's 48-488 subsection 2A. It's the last sentence.
Yeah, I'm looking in the code and also the staff report. Yeah, because I pulled up that section. Right, to 48. So there's sections 1 and 2, the primary and secondary criteria analysis, and we went through each one of those. So that was the 48. So So the 48488 says, by special exception of the city code, the city council may, by special exception, allow residential development in a height bonus of up to 40 feet for a mixed-use development project in the B2 district if the council finds the project is exemplary in terms of conformance with the criteria below, so the 48-90 D1 and 2. So those go to the primary and secondary criteria. So that's where we talk about, you know, the special exception is at the discretion of council, that it gives a little bit of discretion to that. The primary criteria, there's no discretion. It needs to, the application has to meet, I think there's 1, 2, and 3 of those items. And then the secondary criteria is a little bit more broad and where we can do the trade-offs as we were talking about earlier. Staff, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, so I was just wondering, so I see, so the first sentence has that discretionary nature in terms of whether the plan is exemplary with the primary and secondary criteria, but the rest of the language in 488A2A, to me, reads as sort of mandatory language to the extent you're invoking the height bonus. So I guess I'm wondering if that's mandatory language, as far as the step backs, do we view that as requiring step backs on all facades?
I don't believe so, but I'm going to defer to the Deputy Planning Director, Gary Fuller. He might have a little more insight to that.
Okay.
Gary?
Thanks.
Hi, thank you, Gary Fuller, Deputy Planning Director. The code talks about abutting, and so this property is actually across the street from any residential district. So with the exemplary and the objectives of modulating the building and stepping back the height for architectural design and shadow, and that's always been an objective for us. But the code itself, what you're referring to, this property is not abutting residential. So it's been a objective that we've tried to pursue with this project, and so we think it's a good one, and I think the developer has been addressing it as we go along the process. But technically the code reads abutting, and this is not an abutting to a residential because it's across the street by definition.
And the third, so you're saying that the, whatever it is, the fourth sentence, the last sentence of that provision, even though it doesn't reference abutting in our district, you're reading the upper stories of the structure should be stepped back to be compatible with the maximum by right height permitted within the B district in which the structure will reside, as somehow following from the abutting R district language?
Yes.
I just wouldn't read, I don't know. I guess I wouldn't read the code that way. Because
So
the
I
last
think-
sentence doesn't reference the R district. It would be the tape, even if you said abutting is touching for purposes of the prior sentence, right? I guess we've negotiated in other projects to have tapering where we might not, like, let's say, tapering on Founders Row to Ellison Street, where we wouldn't say abutting, but we've negotiated for the tapering to make it a project that's more palatable for the residential neighborhood. And so even, I would view the last sentence as being a B district, like it's looking as to the compatibility within the rest of the B district, not the compatibility in relationship to an R district.
And yeah, and you're right in that, you know, the objective is to look for that tapering in those step backs. You know, typically we want the first step back on the building at the base zoning height, which would be 75 feet. And so then we're looking for, you know, other ways to modulate the architecture of the building. But I think that I don't have the language right in front of me. I don't know if Laura has it, but, and you used the word earlier, the abutting property. So I'm agreeing with you in that the second part, you know, provides for this as an objective, and we are looking at an exemplary project criteria that we're applying, and we're looking at the community benefits the developer's offering as part of the project. But let's see, the reference to abutting, Laura, where is that? All right. The height measures, yeah, that abut an R district must be tapered and compatible with the maximum heights permitted in the abutting R district, taking in consideration the height of the existing buildings in the area. So if it was abutting, if the heights, next door in the residential district were 35 feet, which is a typical single family detached home, there'd be a setback at 35 and 75 for this building. But the fact that it's not actually abutting, it's across the street, this doesn't apply. But the objective can be sought through exemplary and other ways. But it's not a code requirement under this section, is what I'm saying.
Okay, and then for the last sentence, so the last part in the gray that Laura had highlighted, the upper stories of the structures. And I understand why the project looks the way it does, architecturally, and also because you have the U, right? And so you've lost the space in the middle, so to some extent you have to push the square footage out to the exterior, and so you're not implementing or incorporating the step backs because it's to the benefit of like the residents inside and taking out the massing facing Henderson House. But in terms of compliance with the code for bonus
in
density,
terms of compliance with the code, the upper stories of the structures should be stepped back to be compatible with the maximum by right height permitted within the B district, which is the district it's in, and that has a 75-foot. That's the by right that you could build tomorrow. They're asking to go, up to 115 feet with an exemplary building and a package of community benefits. And so that's what's under consideration by the council. So what it's saying is that's the 75 foot setback. And if you had a structure that was next door of that height, you would be, trying to, step back at that point. But there's no buildings of that height existing down there now. And the Henderson House is once removed in terms of the adjacent zoning districts and land area, I guess what it should say. So once again, they have done some step backs at that 75. He was talking about that was something they added earlier. So there is some of that. And so anyway, so the extent of that and whether that's enough is all part of the legislative review that we're doing. So does that answer your question?
Yeah,
then?
I mean, I think so. I would probably, looking at it, I would have expected step backs on all of the facades at 75 feet in terms of conformance with the code. But
Understood.
yeah, okay. Okay.
Well, thank you for the question.
No, thank you. On the loading dock, so it looks as though the loading dock, right, it's still on South Maple. I understand the constraints in having the loading dock on South Maple. The waiver is asking for the loading dock, I guess it would be 100 feet to be reduced to. Do you know what the actual distance is between the loading dock and the quadplexes across the street are? Like, I know you're asking for the waiver, but what is the actual distance as opposed to the 100 feet that would
Are you talking about
required?
from the face of the building to the nearest residential structure in Virginia Village? I don't know if Karen, if you've got that. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if we have that here.
If you can find that out, that would be helpful. For the VCs, I guess you had before represented that for the loading dock, there would be like box trucks, for example. And have you been able to determine whether, and I guess you've been talking about the loading dock door being closed while there's any loading, unloading happening. Have you been able to determine like whether that's feasible?
It is,
Okay.
and we've also changed the architecture so that a dump truck that comes and picks up the trash or recycling can do a full overhead dump with the door shut.
Okay.
So nobody's backing out and doing it and beeper noises and everything like that with, everything's interior to the building with the door shut. And we added we're happy to add a voluntary concession to confirm that as well.
Okay, yeah, I guess I would ask to do that, and then maybe within the voluntary concession, if you and staff can work together as to, delineating the truck size that would be in there, and maybe even thinking, like that we're talking about box trucks and not like tractor trailers going into the building, and that you work on, for example, the times and frequency at which times you would expect the trucks to be going in there. That would be helpful. On the roof lighting, at a 10-story building, personally, unless there's like commercial uses on the roof, it seemed to me that the lights being on until whatever it was, 10:30 or 11 o'clock at night, when you have residential uses so close to the building, may actually be kind of late for there to be full lighting on the top of the structure.
So those hours were applied just from a consistent administration perspective from council, but also a representative from the Environmental Sustainability Council had requested those hours as well. So that's where we got the 10:30 p.m. And we've also thought about different uses on the site. One of the things that came to us early from staff's perspective was take a look at rooftop concepts. Could be a rooftop cafe, could be even a food truck on top of the roof, similar to what they have in Tyson's, although this is not Tyson's clearly. But having a good outdoor roof patio was seen as something that was beneficial. So that's where the hours came from.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, to the extent there isn't like commercial use up there, could it get dimmed a little like earlier in the evening?
We can
to
look
the
at that.
extent that like,
Certainly.
they could have like 2 levels to the extent it's impacting the neighborhood. And then the garage doors, it looks like there are garage doors on the driveway. Do you anticipate there being doors there? Like, I would have thought if it were a drive aisle into the building or a drive aisle from South Washington out onto Maple, that there wouldn't necessarily be doors opening and closing on that side.
I'll defer to Clint on that, but we do anticipate that in the evening hours, late at night, we would probably close those for security reasons. But Clint.
That is the justification. So during the day, on the habit. During the day, the doors would be expected to be open. In the evening hours, for security purposes, the doors would be closed. But that's why there's doors on the garage entries.
And then I noticed there was a DPW comment about how the turning radius or something coming out of that driveway didn't seem efficient, but that maybe building safety and planning didn't share that view. But it seemed as though whoever the person was reviewing in DPW didn't think that the driveway was sufficient.
I think I remember seeing a comment that addressed the turning radii of the truck as it comes into the loading dock, and I think one of the concerns had been perhaps a misunderstanding of the median that's indicated on the plan for the separation between the two, the loading and the pedestrian, or not pedestrian, but guest vehicle traffic. That median is a material change that is flush to the apron, so it's a drive-over apron condition, not a raised curb that would keep you from driving over it. Once you introduce that, then the turning radii, our civil engineer has studied those, and it seems to be not an issue.
Okay. Then it seems as though staff had wanted maybe a stronger voluntary concession on the leasing the 50% commercial space prior to the certificate of occupancy issuing as to the final residential level or the full, extent of the residences. And I guess I would support that to the extent we're still negotiating over it. And then finally, sewer capacity. I know that was also still outstanding in terms of staff recommendation, that we look at that more closely before approving the special exception. I also support doing that. I think we had raised with the city manager, getting a briefing on that prior to this going to final consideration. And then in my meeting with Mr. Teeters and Mr. Painter, I had mentioned the idea of a right of first refusal that the city might be able to exercise as to a certain number of units in the building. So I understand that to the extent we're talking about on-site affordability or the calculations for cash in lieu on on-site units, for example, I do think that in looking at the benefit to the community, that it's to our benefit to ensure that city residents are actually able to access units in this building to the extent that they're seeking to live there. And so I had raised with Mr. Teeters and Mr. Painter the idea of kind of a right of first refusal in terms of a set aside of a percentage of units, so that if a city resident, for example, wanted to jump the line in a wait list to access the building, or the city were to decide at, it's $1.9 million, if we were to take the cash in lieu option, if we wanted to then use some of that money to subsidize rent in the building, we would have access to units in the building to choose to do that. And so I don't know if you had more time to ponder that since we had talked about it. And it would be something, we'd need to discuss with HHS and kind of what that might look like.
Yeah, and we appreciate the comment. We've been trading emails back and forth and language back and forth. I don't like the way it reads just yet. We also have to review it in the context of ongoing obligations as well. But just for everyone's edification, this is not an affordable housing thing, so it will not change the affordable housing voluntary concession. This would just be a right of first refusal for a certain number of units in the building to, as Councilwoman Flynn said, allow people to sort of jump the line if this is going to be a city project. What are the opportunities for city residents to be able to access the building? So we're still trading that back and forth, but Andrew, I don't know if you want to say anything more to that at all. Okay.
I think that's everything. Thank you.
Other questions? Mary Beth?
Thanks, everyone. I have a few questions here. One relates to the streetscape. Mr. Painter, while I appreciate that you put in that it adhered to the 2017 streetscape guidelines, that is not actually what my request was. My request was that I wanted to adhere to whatever streetscape guidelines are in process at that point.
Okay.
One of the things council's right, whatever current is whenever we get
Time
there.
of site plan, which is when, okay, we'd be happy to make that change.
Okay. That's one. The Rolling Road Park. As I read the voluntary concessions, and this is more for staff, the Rolling Road Park at the moment is on city-owned right of street. After it is built, does it then become a city park, or does it remain under the control of the developer?
It remains under the control of the city.
Of the city.
And the applicant will maintain it. Yeah.
Just the rest, the other part of the public park is part of the development, but the Rolling Road,
correct.
But that then fall under our Recreation and Parks Department?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that was what the comment earlier was about branding for the city park.
Right.
On the city park portion.
Can you reread the voluntary concession then? Because as I read it, that's not how I read it. We don't need to go over that all, but that's not exactly how it came across to me as I read it. I just want to make sure it's perfectly clear.
Sure. Will do.
Thank you. And then it says all elements of the park shall be approved by city staff, Arts and Humanities Council to ensure historical accuracy. And I just want to make sure that's in there clearly as well, that the elements of the park are approved by city staff and the Arts and Humanities Council so that we're ensuring historical accuracy.
And that's referring to what's in the public right-of-way of the old Fairfax Road.
Yes.
Not on the private properties.
Right, the private property, I mean, clearly if there's historical elements, you'd want them to be correct, but our Rolling Road in particular should be.
So I was just adding that just to make sure that people listening to this understand the distinction.
Yes. And then line 391. Says the owner agrees to place a well, I don't know what 391. I think it was has it changed? I had something else. I have not decided by owner, but I don't know exactly what I was referring to because it's not that.
We added in Tinner Hill and Henderson House that there would be, as part of the commemorations for those areas, in addition to the historic Rolling Road. Is that the second one?
Yes. Now we're back to the 391 I was looking at. Thank you. It says the specific location, topic, and language and visual display of each installation shall be determined by the owner prior to the approval of site plan. And that's where I just want to make sure it says City Staff, Arts and Humanities Council included in there. Thank you. And the sewage situation is bigger than this project, but this project is the trigger for making sure that's worked out. And I just want to make sure that as we go through it, we have a solution in mind, or we have something. I know we're kind of on a parallel path there, but is there any update that city staff has to where we are on that process?
Well, in terms of the bigger process of acquiring additional capacity from Fairfax County?
Indeed.
Yes. So we'll have a work session discussion on this in February. The big picture is there is plenty of capacity, both in terms of treatment capacity and conveyance capacity. The issue is when we have heavy rain events, we have high peak flows because of inflow and infiltration into our older system. And so what the county is seeking from the city is an understanding that we will manage those inflows aggressively over the coming years so that our peak flow remains stable even as we increase our purchases of average, daily conveyance and treatment. So that's what the big picture is. We are grateful for Mr. Teeters and the development team working with us to give us the option of having this treatment go over to Arlington County. We will make that decision on a business case. What is the best sort of bang for the buck for the ratepayers of the city in terms of having it go to Arlington County or having it go to Fairfax County? We believe right now that the best option will be for it to do as we're currently designing and have it go to Arlington County, that will be the best business case. That's our best read of the situation right now. There's still some additional facts to be nailed down, which we will nail down well in advance of construction.
I'm sorry.
This will be the only project we have that's going to Arlington County?
No, the intent is if we go this way, that there would be capacity so that other development in the immediate area could also use this same force main to get into the Arlington County, the 4-mile run sewer shed.
Okay, so it opens up additional capacity in that neighborhood. Is there anything, are we going there at all now? It's my...
We do not have currently any force mains going from one sewer shed to another. Now, regionally, that's very common, and that's happening all over the place. But in the city, we have not done that.
Thank you for that. I was disappointed to see that there's a residual electric pole that will not be undergrounded. That is unfortunate. We run into that almost every time we do one of these projects. And as I read through, it appears there really is no way to solve that. That seems to be more than just a problem related to this project.
Engineering-wise, the logistics of that last leg are very complicated.
Mm-hmm.
And with any technical problem, there's always a solution, but it is a heavy lift.
Okay.
The development team has been very firm. That is a lift that they've not been able to undertake. We will. I think it is worth just being clear about what would be done and what would not be done. So if there are any other questions on what will be undergrounded and what is not to be undergrounded, you can ask those questions. Just make sure there is good clarity on
Can we go over then
Where's the diagram that shows what's undergrounded?
Yeah, what's undergrounded.
What
Yeah.
is, and then what the one that's remaining is.
I can.
Gibson.
Maple and Gibson is the only one that's left.
Okay.
That's because it ties into Virginia Village, I think.
It does. And I just put this up here. This is just a real high-level view of where things would go with the enlarged system. So, Councilman Connolly, this would serve, potentially, as the manager said, people could tap into this and use this as a way to either go to the Arlington system or the Fairfax system for the entirety of the core commercial area of the downtown area, bowling alley up to the Atlantic Project, up to Harris Teeter. Let me go back to the rendered site plan. I'll just try to zoom in. So everything, right now there are aerial utilities where my cursor is on the city-owned right-of-way for the former Fairfax Street, or the Fairfax Street road bed, basically. All of those, except one, right here, kind of in this general location where my cursor is, all of these would be undergrounded. across the street, there are poles along South Maple Avenue. You can see one is right here where my cursor is, and then there's one right here where my cursor is. That one then comes across South Maple Avenue to this pole here, and then it also serves sites in Virginia Village. So, and I would defer to our civil engineer on this as well, but that connecting pole is off-site, not on property that we own. And again, it serves not just this property, but it serves properties on the north side of Gibson Street in Virginia Village. There is also not enough width to have the pole on the north side of South Maple go underground and then force it under South Maple Avenue. And so when we look at this, eventually, hopefully there will be redevelopment on, on that side of South Maple Avenue, or the city would undertake a streetscape enhancement project on that side of South Maple Avenue. And so we don't think it makes much sense at this juncture to try to guess where that's going to be, but rather solve for it at a later point. So it's something that will hopefully be solved in the future. It's just not going to happen with this project at this point. But we are happy to add in a voluntary concession that says at the time of redevelopment of that side of the street or a city project, that the owner would work with the developer or the city, whatever entity is undertaking the project, to help with the, the undergrounding on the receiving side here. I will say, though, that it will be on city property at that point in time. But I don't know, Karen, if I've got anything else.
We'll take that voluntary concession.
Certainly.
I would.
You have other comments?
I'll say I have one more, and that is just it mentions that there's a permitted parking plan for Virginia Village.
Staff had requested that the applicant provide $10,000 towards a residential permit parking plan or parking program with the stickers and the signage on Shirley and Gibson Street. They had suggested a contribution of $10,000. The purpose of that would be to, just in case there are, anticipating overflow parking from this property into those residential neighborhoods. We're not comfortable with just forking over the $10,000. Our voluntary concessions are pretty numerous at this point in time, between 6,000 and 10,000, more than the next, per unit than the next mixed-use redevelopment project. But the language that we've been toying around with, and a lot of people don't, actually, I don't know anyone that's done this. The language that we've been toying around with is to say within 3 years of the issuance of the certificate of occupancy for this, we'll actually conduct a parking utilization study. And if it shows that there is an overflow parking problem caused by the uses in the mixed-use building, and that it's prohibiting or having a deleterious effect on curbside access to spaces on those streets for the residents of those two streets, then we will provide $10,000. If it becomes a problem, we'll provide it. We don't just want to fork over the money now when we don't know if it's going to be a problem. So we think the best way to solve for it is to have a real-time parking utilization study once the building is up and running. And so we're happy to make that concession too.
Justine?
So a few notes. I just wanted to say I very much appreciate the removal of the parallel parking spots on South Maple for increased landscaping and the additional tree. I think that adds a lot of nice green space. I am curious, can you state what the range of widths are for that Rolling Road Promenade as well as for the offshoot that goes to, I guess, the lobby on South Washington?
Certainly. So the Fairfax Street right-of-way promenade, what appears to be the wider of the two, that varies in width between a 6-foot clear, and we talk about the 6-foot clear, we're not talking about any obstructions like trees or seating, bench seating or anything like that. So a minimum of 6 feet for the entirety of the length of it. And then it widens out to approximately 12 feet in length at its widest points. And the same thing is true on the South Washington Street promenade. That's approximately 6 feet in length for a minimum of 6 feet clear length as well.
Just generally for biking and walking, for pushing strollers, for any sort of standards for shared use paths, they're usually a minimum of 8 feet. So if there is space, I see there's some landscaping, if there is space to make them a minimum of 8 feet, preferably for Rolling Road, it would be great if it was a minimum of 10, but again, depending on the constraints, if those paths could be widened to a minimum of 8 feet. There also another thing of internet connectivity, if there are a few spots of connection to the PMA building or to adjoining properties, so just so that people aren't crawling through bushes if they needed to get to other buildings. That would also be great. I appreciate the changes to the loading dock, and while I still dislike the placement of the loading dock on South Maple, I do understand the constraints. There are some design components that could be added, such as greenery, texture, to create interest to that space that would make it a little bit more pleasant to walk by. So that would be things like adding lattice work for biophilic design. And I actually have pictures if that would be useful. But that could even continue along the western wall where the, I guess where the murals would go to, or like above the murals or in between the murals. Something that I would like to see if possible would be some sort of voluntary concession that includes some sort of agreement to a biophilic design around the garage and loading dock to make it a more pleasant experience to walk by. Just moving on, you showed a mood board for the first floor design, and I appreciate that there's differentiation amongst the retail spaces, or that's the intent, and that's something that's really important for the streetscape and for walkability. So I'd also like to see that as a voluntary concession as well. Something that states that retailers can design their frontage, something that we learned from Founders Row. Be great. Actually, I would like to see that it's 70% transparent as part of that. Maybe even just having some sort of guidelines. I'm not sure what Mosaic uses, but they are very successful in creating that differentiation. So if maybe it's making sure that all the store frontages are at the same height, or whatever guidelines there are, to make sure that there's consistency amongst the differences. Few other notes. In the drawings, it looks like there was a fence around the restaurant. Is that something was that just for show, or is that something that's set, or it's not designed quite yet?
So I believe that's so everything that's on here is really for illustrative purposes, although we do have a landscape plan. It will be refined at time of site planning.
Okay.
And I don't know if Scott Hewitt, our landscape architect, is on the phone virtually at all. Scott, are you here by any chance?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Did you hear the question, Scott?
Yeah. So the grades changed there. So the restaurant patio is kind of raised, and then the walk goes down. So we do need a guardrail.
Okay.
What's not seen in the 3D is I added additional landscaping on the other side of the rails to break that down, and this is going to get refined as we go in more detail. But we have been thinking about that phase.
Okay. I am curious about, just to continue on that line, is there, I guess, what sort of room for design is there with the hardscape space with planters and other elements? Is that something that's, because I noticed that there are some like shade things and maybe some benches there. Is that, I don't know if that needs to be a voluntary concession, but I just want to make sure that doesn't end up being an open, empty space.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's going to be figured out more in design.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay, two more questions, and then I'll turn it over. With the warm lit shell, what I wasn't able to figure out, I know like some issues with the restaurants at Founders Row was that there weren't grease traps, there wasn't exhaust, there wasn't really mechanical. For the restaurant that's going in this building, will grease traps, exhaust, mechanical be included?
I'll defer to Clint on that.
Yeah, in each space that's ultimately earmarked, and we'll know a little bit more about this as we go into detailed design, because right now we are showing retail, which is somewhat abstracted. We know we have one idea that's where a restaurant would go, but we don't know what the other retail uses will be. Mm-hmm. As we go through detailed design, I believe there's going to be some additional detail associated with what types of retail are coming in. And we always design the shell spaces to accommodate the type of retail that we expect, so whether it be a restaurant, business, public service, something like that, a professional service company. So in each case where there is, for example, a food service operation, grease duct, grease trap, exhaust air, fresh air would all be accommodated in the shell space as part of that wormlet shell development.
Great. And then the final question I have is maybe for staff, or I'm not sure who. But basically, some of the recommendations from CACT included a suggestion for changing the vehicle travel lane widths on South Maple Avenue and adding a bike lane on both sides. The developer said that the development will plan to maintain the existing street along South Maple Avenue, and that the bike and travel lanes are consistent with the roundabout intersection at Annandale Road. What would it take, I guess this is from staff's point of view, what would it take to change the markings on the road on South Maple to possibly narrow the travel lane widths and maybe add in a bike lane? On a bike lane on each side, excuse me.
I did reach out to Mr. Bradley, and I was interested in hearing the conversation before mine on the greening of Lincoln because it's sort of the same issues. Apparently, there was an issue with the lane width of maintaining an 11-foot street for the snowplow and that type of issue. I can't speak for him, but I know that he had looked at it and wanted to continue to work with the applicant, and we could do that because it's in the right of way at further time of site plan.
Okay.
We just didn't have an opportunity to further refine it for tonight.
Yeah, and I'd just like to throw in a quick note that the bike lane plus the travel lane would be more than 11 feet. So.
Okay, great. Yep.
Madam Mayor, may I respond to a couple of the things that you mentioned? So as far as the promenade, looking to see if it can be widened to 8 feet, I did get confirmation that there is room to widen both to 8 feet, so we can look at that.
Great.
As far as interparcel connectivity, we could add in sidewalks or at least public access easements for the adjacent property so that if and when they want to tap in or they redevelop, there'll be a place for them to do so. We can certainly look at adding a voluntary concession about consideration of biophilic design along the western wall in the parking garage and the loading dock area. In terms of the mood board, we can add in a statement into our voluntary concessions, as you suggested. And then as far as the guidelines, we could also add in that we'll establish those guidelines at time of site plan approval. We wouldn't develop them now, we would develop them later, but we could add in a requirement that'd be at that point.
Sure.
And then as far as window transparency, I checked the voluntary concessions. We have committed to a minimum or an average of 70% window transparency, which is in the voluntary concessions there. We could add in voluntary concession for additional planters in the courtyard plaza area shown on the screen. And then we could also add into the warm lit shell that in those areas that are planned for food services, as Mr. Brackman mentioned, grease traps, exhaust, fresh air, we could make sure that those are in there as well.
Thank you. Other questions?
Dave, do you have questions?
Sure. A lot of them are, the good news is a lot of them have already been discussed on my list as well. I wanted to say on Ms. Flynn's idea about the residences, I hadn't heard that one before. I really like that. Being a resident who may be one who ends up in those buildings is a little selfish, but I think that's a really good idea and something that we can go back to our residents and say we're looking out for you. And, I know that Quinn family's from here as well, so I imagine that would be something they would enjoy as well. Can you walk me through the EV charging plan? I know we talked about this a couple of times. I saw you increased it, but can you tell me what your vision is for that moving forward? As I know it's better than others, but the pace at which we are trying to adopt electric vehicles in both the city and the state and further, obviously, is a much more rapid pace than we have had even a couple of years ago when we talked about the other developments. So if you could walk me through what you think the plan is there, I'd appreciate that.
I'm not sure about plan, and Ms. Jarvis from Grove Slade or Ms. Lashinger, I think Ms. Jarvis is here as well, but maybe they can talk through the different level chargers or what it might be. But our prior commitment was 5% EV chargers, and originally it was, I think it was 4% EV chargers, 15% EV ready day one. We then bumped it up to 5% EV chargers and 50% EV ready day one. And so now it is 7% or 21 spaces day one. And then we're maintaining the 50% of the total number of spaces, having conduit running to them, minimum.
Okay. We're going to go a little different tack on the step backs and the massing on the South Maple side, looking at Virginia Village, because I have been thinking a lot about the equity and the conversations about how they look on Ellison Street, how they look on Park Avenue, what we've done in other areas. And one thing that has been particularly attractive is that it looks and feels like the single-family homes are looking at a townhouse, right? So if you go to the diagram that shows the front of the South Maple facing side, the ideal would be consider additional step backs. If not that, is there a possibility, if you look at the overall view, of creating through the texture on the building, there's like basically one red rectangle in the middle of that South Maple facing block. What if you were to do multiple iterations of that even if its massing is still the same, visually it feels like if I live in Virginia Village, I'm looking across the street at townhouses instead of a big white building with maybe one red brick in there. I don't know. Do you understand what I mean when I say that?
Yeah, certainly I understand the concept you're proposing. I think one of the things that we're working with, of course, is the overall scale of the building and how appropriate a townhouse type approach would look. There are examples, though, of large buildings that do something similar. And so I think it's something that we could study for sure. I don't want to commit to how successful I think from a design perspective that would be, but it's certainly something we're willing to study.
Yeah, it just seems to be what has appealed to our residents in single-family homes or other townhomes that are facing that. So I want to give the same consideration to those who live in Virginia Village, even though, they may not have as much of a voice because they are not owned by the people who are living there, and they don't necessarily have an HOA or an active community group that's coming forward and saying, hey, we really want to look at this. So I'd like to think about what other community groups on Lawton and on Ellison and on Park have said about what they wanted, if we had this large building, what they wanted to see, and that's the feedback we've gotten again and again and again. So I think there might be some opportunity to address that way, and that might somewhat soften the massing on the South Maple side. And I think those are all of my comments for the moment. But I would appreciate the opportunity to look at what that might look like and how that might change the visual for the residents across the street. Thank you.
And Councilwoman Hiscott, we can certainly take a look at that. And at a minimum, I think we could probably add in a voluntary concession that the Maple Avenue facade would be refined at time of site plan to take into account the additional comments at a minimum, that we can continue looking at that.
Okay.
Dave, your turn.
Thanks, and I want to especially recognize the Vice Mayor's comments a few minutes ago about the facade. I think there may be a lot of support for that, so we appreciate that you're going to take a look at that. So a couple issues as I've listened to the discussion. I think there's still an issue with compliance with the small area plan. So looking at the fundamentals about granting the special exception, I think we need to make sure that we're really in full compliance not only with the comprehensive plan but the small area plan, and I'm not sure that that's totally been resolved. The second issue I have is the water, the sanitary sewer, and I guess the question is, does this project trigger the need for public expenditures beyond what this project is paying for? And I really want to delve into this because this may be the most significant issue that we have to address. In other words, is the additional volume created by this project trigger the expenditure of public dollars over and above what the project is agreeing to do? So those two are interlinked, interconnected, and I really want to fix that squarely in mind. The estimate, the financials, maybe staff can help me with that. What are you assuming about the commercial spaces to come up with the financial estimate?
I'll have to defer. I don't have the financial estimate, and I know Mr. Bradley and I worked on that, and I'd have to have him speak to it directly. I can find more information about it, though.
One of the issues I have is that our modeling assumes day one full commercial occupancy, and we know from prior projects that that doesn't happen. So I'm trying to get a realistic view of what are the actual financials. There's also a big difference in tax yield between a restaurant and a service. We don't tax services generally. So there's a huge difference. The same square footage generates far more tax revenue as a restaurant than it does with a service. And if this ends up being occupied by medical primarily, that changes, it seems to me, significantly the yield for the commercial benefit. So I'd like as much tying down to the type, or rather the yield, that is an assurance of a particular yield. If it doesn't generate that, then the developer would provide the difference between the projected yield and the actual yield. So I'm interested, and also enforcement of whatever we're asking for there. Now on parking, let me go back to parking for a minute. So let me ask the developer. So you would otherwise, how many parking spaces are you not putting into this project that you otherwise would be required to put in?
So this is a 292 space parking garage. There are, I guess we've requested a 14.4% parking reduction. And I don't know, Ariel, if you have those numbers, but if you want to come up with what the difference is. Yeah.
If I could, I have, while Ariel's coming up, I have 341 required by the code, and the proposed garage has 292.
That's correct. So that's the math.
And we realize that the average cost of a parking space, underground parking space, used to be $30,000 and maybe more. So I'm wondering, as we look at voluntary concessions, if we fully captured the savings to the developer, that ought to be reflected in increased voluntary concessions. So that's another question that I have. Let's see. And then finally, again, going back to the fundamental criteria here, with the fact that we have an 18-story senior living project going in the West End, I'm interested in why this project is so exemplary at this point. So those are just the questions that I have, and there's much to like about it, but I really want to put the burden back on the developer where I believe that it belongs. It should be the burden on the developer to prove not only technically but in spirit full compliance, and rather than it's our job to explain why the developer shouldn't be able to do that. So it's that burden that I'm very interested in making sure that we can make a clear case on that. So those are the immediate issues I have, and I would just ask the developer to please have as much sensitivity as possible to Virginia Village and all the surrounding areas. I think you've made some effort. I think you've heard that there's a desire to have a bit more. So that would be a very positive development as we approach some potential final decisions on it. And with regard to the financials, I do want staff to fine-tune those with me, and well, fine-tune them generally, and make sure that our enforcement elements to whatever it is we're assuming are at the maximum extent. We've seen too many times where we've made projections, the projections aren't lived up to, and we don't have the enforcement capabilities to assure that they are. Thanks.
If I could maybe just follow up on a couple things. One, so we will run the numbers on the sewer, and so we'll compare what the availability fees are that this project will pay alongside with the cost to do the force main, that whole piece. And so we'll provide that financial analysis. On the fiscal impact model, I would just suggest that this is a full council discussion, that we have a model. We don't overstate what it does. It does certain simple things. And and so it makes some projections on what the service costs will be, and those are done with a consultant, and it makes projections on what revenues will be. They're simply projections. Every one of them you can argue with, and that's why we afterwards go back and we do a test. What did we say at entitlement, and how did the results pan out? And so that's what the model does, and that's how we treat it. Any changes to the model, to me, is a full sort of a strategic planning discussion with a consultant in hand that we can think through. And there have been these discussions in the past about maybe doing a 10-year look or a 30-year look for projects. If you do that, you're going to be very speculative, and so long as eyes are open about that, with all of the greater potential for error, when you're looking 10 years out. So that's the reason we've chosen not to do that in the past. But so I think it would be, if we were to make changes to the model, I just think that's a bigger discussion than we'd want to do on a case-by-case basis.
A quick comment, and then I want to get to Caroline, who's very patiently had her hand up. I think why we have scheduled actually a work session to talk about the latest mixed-use fiscal impact report. Right. So that's actually real data. Out of our 9 mixed-use projects underway, I think we have real data on all of them and how they're performing. So I think it's just also untrue that they're losing money. Like, clearly they're not stabilized till year 3 or so, but actually between year 0 and year 3, when projects are coming out of the ground, the majority of the tax revenue, even when they're not occupied, comes from our property taxes, the increased property assessments. So I think it's actually really interesting to look at, for example, the 3 projects we have underway right now and pull the tax yields on those, because while they're not occupied and they're certainly not generating costs because there's no occupants living there, we actually are seeing them probably net fiscally positive, I imagine, compared to what was there before. So it's probably worth looking into that discussion as part of our next work session on that. Caroline, thanks for being patient.
Yeah, no, thank you. I'll be brief. I welcome that conversation on the fiscal model, but as I take a look at this Quinn project, I mean, just some back of the envelope numbers. I mean, 20% of it is the component of commercial revenues, right? Like 11 or 12% of it is business and professional office, which would hit BPOL, right? Which is our highest tax rate in the city. You've got, I think, about 5% of it on retail. Service oriented, I think 15,000 square foot, and that restaurant is probably the least. It's like close to 2%. So plus the rooftop lounge, which is another 5,000 square foot. So I think it'd be interesting to see how this analysis plays up when you have an 80-20 mix, right, of commercial with residential and how it performs in that ratio, particularly in the breakdown by the type of businesses on there. I think to get to my questions. The fire lanes. I had a conversation with a couple residents around safety, and I noticed that there are 2 fire lanes that staff have asked for. I just want to make sure we're not putting fences up and trees up that we're obstructing access to the 1 fire lane that is on Maple. If you take a look at that diagram, to the right in font 4, in front of the restaurant, it says fire lane. So I heard we're going to put fences up there, and I just want to make sure we don't dumb down the safety piece of the functional use of that fire lane. Laura, does that make sense?
Yeah, we had discussed that with the fire marshal and building safety, and we actually have I think there's a voluntary concession, Andrew, that we kind of came clear of, and we'll take care of that during site plan. But yes, it was determination of the trees impacting the fire lane and any fencing or kind of anything that could impose on the fire lane. But yes, we... Okay. Mm-hmm.
You're going to have that covered to make sure that we've got safety in place and we're not doing illogical things that obstruct access.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay, for those 2 ends. On the architectural side, a lot of residents are concerned about the massing. I hear it, and I really am going to be the 3rd council person that encourages the Quinn team to take a look at what you can do with the architecture. I really appreciate that making the 10-foot setback aerial consistent. Sorry, my camera isn't turned on. Across, starting on the 8th floor. I think that's good. I think that you increase the sidewalk, so you move the building back. We appreciate that. But anything that you can do architecturally to just continue to reduce the massing and the feel of that building on the Maple side would be appreciated. I had brought up a question, third point, around the minimizing impacts to parking to the residents of Virginia Village. I'm a little uncomfortable that we don't have a plan. Laura, I think last we talked, you said you would come up with one. I still don't hear one, and I hear that the Quinn team has proposed a parking study, but I'm really going to put it on staff to make sure that the residential impact on parking and an ability for the people who live there, to be able to reduce the impact and inconvenience to them is very important. When we talk about the equity piece, right? We're bringing in development into underutilized spaces, but we also want people to get in and out of their homes.
Understood. I'll reach out to DPW and get some more details for you on that.
Yes, please, and thank you. And I think overall, remind me where we are on bike lanes. I think I'm hearing and tracking a lot of things, a lot of volume. Appreciate all the details, but where did we fall on the bike lane? Is there one on Maple, or is it Sharrow? What did we decide, or what's planned?
So, Councilwoman Leon, I don't know if that's directed to me, but there will be a separate 5-foot on-road bike lane that would be separate. So no Sharrows, it would be separated, and that would match with what is to the north.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
And just to be clear, this is kind of the end of the bike lane. The street does get narrower, and so this is the transition area from Sharrow to bike lane. But it does get extended further south than it is today with this project. By this building frontage, basically.
I just wanted to also state that the CACT request is that there's a bike lane on both sides and that the parking width on the north side is narrowed and the street travel lanes are narrowed too. So that's a request, but that's not currently in there.
Caroline, you have anything else?
Nope, I think I'm good for now. Thank you.
Debbie, you had a few more?
Actually, I just had one more question that I forgot to ask earlier, and it's about the Maple Avenue higher level setbacks. And you addressed it when you were talking earlier, but I'm not sure I'm totally clear on it, because visually it almost feels like the setback is then taken back up with a balcony on the higher floors. Like we pushed it back, then we added more balcony, right?
I'm sorry, I'll let you complete your question.
Well, my question is the necessity of a balcony on the upper floors. If there wasn't one before, and do we really need to add them there? Because that would be another way of visually further accentuating the setback.
So previously on the northeast corner, and that's the only location where there are balconies on the upper floors, prior to any of the setbacks, there had been balconies on that northeast corner. In a prior meeting, prior to today, we had proposed a setback on the east side of the upper floors, and we pulled the facade back 10 feet, and with it went the balconies. Today, we're proposing that we've increased the dimension of that setback to go all the way to the west and encompass the entire facade. There are no balconies on the west side of the building that project beyond the facade. So the only balconies in question that exist in the setback are those original balconies that were on the northeast corner that went back with the setback. We've not introduced any balconies, and none of the balconies project equal to or greater than the setback.
Those were there before.
That's correct.
And they extended out and were flush with the ones in lower floors, so you're saying that pushing them back is keeping them at the same.
Right.
Okay.
Honey.
Just thinking about like additional ways to make it visually feel like more of a setback, and that might be a way to do it too. Just to take away something where we started, but I know that changes your model of what the units look like from the inside.
I just want to make sure, I'm sorry to interrupt, that the balconies below the 8th floor aren't abutting out, or maybe you should if you could pull up the picture, I see where, Debbie, where you're going, because I thought I saw a balcony that was jutting out, but it was definitely below the 8th floor, and it looked architecturally like it was adding aerial, it was taking away or reducing the aerial step back on the 8th floor. Might be better to just visualize that corner.
Oh, yeah, I'm not sharing my screen. I've got it
Oh, I pulled it up too. Go for
I
it.
think it was the corner, yes, facing the restaurant.
Right, so those balconies that you see on 6 and 7, which are the two that are not set back, are carryovers from the original concept that we presented to you many sessions ago. The balconies above that, which are now not wrapping the corner, but rather are just single dimension balconies, are the result of the setback. In other words, they went back with the setback. Because of that, then they no longer wrap the corner because there's no corner. So those balconies project forward, I think, in the neighborhood of 4.5 to 5 feet. The dimension of the setback above the 8th floor is 10 feet. And again, that dimension was 4.5 feet before. It moved back with the setback and remains 4.5 to 5 feet.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Aaron, you had a final question?
Yeah, final question. And it was also this question about the step backs there. Since you're going to be looking at that facade in terms of trying to incorporate, possibly some more articulation or bringing that down, like Pearson Square that's down the street does that with kind of different facades, the articulation changes so that it reduces, the visual impact to the pedestrian. Staff had recommended that step back be 15 feet, and I think it's at 10 right now. So I would ask that, in addition to whatever else you're doing on that facade, that you see if you can get it back to the 15 feet that staff was looking at, and if there's any way to do something with the balconies or bring it in so that it's not basically taking back the space that's in the step back. I would appreciate you looking at that, and then the same way with the other facades to see if there's anything to do at all to help with the massing. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Did you have something else, Justine?
Just a quick, I would just respectfully disagree on the balconies. I do think that they add visual interest to the design. And so in terms of how this building looks overall, I do think having that stick out a little bit actually makes it more visually interesting. And that's my 2 cents.
Okay. Well, I have to get used to this idea of going last because I will try to be brief as well. Normally I get to go early. So there were a lot of plus ones I'll give to earlier comments that my colleagues gave. I did like the idea of prioritizing city residents where possible. So that from Aaron. Justine's design comments were very good. I shared Mary Beth's concern about disappointment around South Maple and Gibson Pole remaining because we have 3 poles remaining at Broad and Washington, which is really too bad. So to the extent that you guys are willing to write a VC to help address that down the road, that would be great. I like Debbie's comments around, even if we can't reduce the massing on the ground floor, making it less flat and kind of giving it more articulation, whether it's use of materials, I think could help that side on South Maple. A bunch of my comments are based on lessons learned from previous projects, and so bear with me as I go through them. I had noted around the 70% transparency, and so a question for staff is whether that is best practice for what successful retail would do. And if that is the case, then I am satisfied with 70%. I think that is a lesson learned from a recent project. The second one is the garage door. Is that one used for both retail and residential, or is it same entrance for both or different one?
It would be the same entrance for both.
Okay, so a lesson learned from a previous project is that while the intention was to keep the door open during business hours and close at night for security reasons for the residents, that has not happened. So we would love to see a commitment to keeping the door open for access, because I do think that is really important for both success of the retail and access to the building. I appreciate the commitment on universal design. Is there any thought to actually applying that to the exterior components as well? I think clearly your 50% open space in the park is to be commendable, so it'd be great if that applied to the outdoor elements in the park as well. It'd be really nice to talk about how we have the first universal design park in the city. So something to think about.
Madam Mayor, if we don't already have that in here, that is our intention.
Okay. I noted the comment around the interior components, but I think it'd be great to apply it to the entire project, especially because one of your prominent features is the open space in the park.
Certainly. Yeah, we've talked about that internally, and we'd be happy to add that.
Great. Another lesson learned, I know that there's a lot of support for removing those 2 on-street parking spaces. How do you all plan to treat kind of delivery, like quick Uber Eats or an Uber pickup and drop off? Because that is something that we find lacking in our older buildings, of not having a drop off zone.
There is a drop-off zone in the garage by the main lobby. Okay. So there's a separate area. And then we also have a commitment to flag and signal or sign and stencil specific spaces at that entry level for specifically for short-term deliveries, drop-offs. But there is, so there's 2 things. One are the parking spaces, and then one is a drop-off area by the lobby.
So people would have to pull into the garage in order to do that.
That's
okay.
Right.
Comment on the affordable housing. So I think this is maybe a staff question. I read in the analysis, and thank you for providing that analysis based on my request, is that we had kind of pros and cons list, or whether we take the money or take the units. Now, to clarify, my understanding is that you're providing 2 units in terms of housing, but you're only providing health care for 2 individuals. So let's say there's 4 people who live in those 2 units. You're only providing health care for 1 person in each unit. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. Staff's analysis said that we'd be able to help 8 to 12 seniors on site. That seems high to me. Is the average age of coming into the building, like what, they can start at 55, 65?
It would be 55 or I believe 62. Is that right? It was 55. So
55 or 62? And so the average life expectancy is, say, 80 years old for the average American. I mean, it seems like it would be really difficult to hit 8 people and benefit 8 people if we took that option, if I did my math correctly.
Yeah, typically, though, the average age of an independent living resident is probably in their mid to upper 70s or beyond. So typically a 55-year-old or even 60-some-year-old is not moving into independent living. And then, of course, for assisted living and memory care, it's even older and more frail. So the length of stay is shorter.
Great. And I think that it's still at the city's discretion on whether we take the unit option or we take the cash option, correct?
That is correct. At staff's request, they had the cash option be the default unless council took separate action to switch it to the 2 on-site units.
Okay. Majority of my comments actually has to do with linking the residential COs to commercial. I think those are my comments from last time. And so I appreciate the add in there where we are linking the final floor residential COs until 50% of the ground floor is under executed lease. I actually went back to the Founders Row 2 VCs, which we spent a lot of time negotiating and trying to get right. And there were actually 2 additional components. I don't know whether the staff team or whether the applicant has considered. The first one being that before the first residential CO is given out, 50% of the storefront facades are done. And that ensures that you don't have just dead space covered up with vinyl coverings. The second component of that was that the shell of the retail is done before the final 50% of residential COs are done. That might be related to the warm lit shell comment, so it's probably worth comparing. And then the last part was that the final 5% of COs are held back until 75% of the commercials under lease. So I know we spent a lot of time negotiating these ones, and obviously it's a pretty high bar that we set at Founders Row 2. But in general, I'd like to think that we try to raise the bar with each project, so I would ask the applicant team to consider those additional components as well. But overall, I appreciate the responsiveness to a lot of the comments we made at the last one. Unless there aren't any other comments, we're at way over time, so we appreciate everyone's patience on this one and the project team staying late with us.
Great. Thank you very much for your time, and we'll see you next month.
Great. How about a break at 10:30? We've got 10:34. Yeah. No, right now since it's 10:30, because we've got 2 more items, or do people want to push through? Break.
I'd vote to push through.
I know we have break. Okay. How about we take a break for until? Okay. It's 10:35, so maybe 10:40.
Anyone on council have a peanut
Who's taking the, on staff side, this first item on, or this next item on tax abatement?
We are given the hour and the preparation. We're going to pass the baton right over to Brendan, who's going to do the introduction. We do have Brendan Woodley online, as well as Jana Jones, and as you indicated, Camilla is on. And after a brief statement by Brendan, we'll give Camilla a moment for a few comments. Thank you.
Certainly. Great. The slides are up. Thanks, Cindy. And I'd like to take a moment to thank Council for giving me an opportunity to speak with you today about the tax abatement for the Virginia Village properties. Just giving you guys some context here. So Virginia Village is a neighborhood in the city across Maple from the proposed Gwynn project we just talked about, comprised of 20 buildings, each with 4 units, single bedroom units, approximately exactly 80 units, for the most part, market rate affordable. And in effort to formalize the affordability of these units and potentially expand the number of affordable units in the city, we're working with Wesley Housing to initially for them to take possession of 5 of the city-owned buildings and then procure additional buildings in the Virginia Village neighborhood to expand those number of buildings through city-awarded Amazon grant funds. And then ultimately, as additional properties are procured by Wesley, the city and Wesley will work together to evaluate ways to create a contiguous parcel that is suitable for redevelopment that will expand the number of affordable units in that neighborhood. So we'll start with 80. Hopefully we'll have more ultimately by the time the project is done. Once these properties are owned, in order to preserve the affordability of the properties, the city will need to grant a tax abatement on those properties. The request for this tax abatement was seen, and the first reading was approved by the council in July 25th of 2022. And in order to prepare this ordinance for a second reading in time for the closing between Wesley and the city, the city attorney recommended that the council review the first reading prior to introduction of the second reading. So that's why we're here today, to prepare for the first reading for next week. So if we just go to the next slide real quick, you'll see a comparison of the project net proceeds before and after a tax abatement, showing that without the tax abatement, the proceeds for the project essentially operates at a net loss, ultimately making it unviable for a private developer like Wesley. So in this case, the purpose of this tax abatement is to help make the project viable in order to help us partner with Wesley and then ultimately get more units to hopefully expand affordable housing in the future. So that's basically it. That's the presentation. I'm happy to take any questions. And of course, want to reference that the president of Wesley Housing Development Corporation, Camilla McAfee, is also on the line to say a few words on behalf of the project, if there are no questions.
Go ahead, Camilla.
Thank you. Good evening. Camilla McAfee again, Wesley Housing. Given the hour and my voice today, I will be brief. I, since January of 2023, has taken over as the president and CEO of Wesley Housing. We are a near 50-year-old nonprofit affordable housing developer based in Northern Virginia and now operating a footprint from the District of Columbia out to Winchester, Virginia. We're excited to be involved in this project after some work we've done with the city early on to be able to secure and work with the city to secure the state Amazon Reach funds in order to facilitate additional acquisition at the Virginia Village project. For those of you who aren't familiar with Wesley, we were born out of the Methodist social justice movement in the mid-70s, founded by a former school teacher, and since that time have been serving residents, some of the residents that are the most vulnerable residents in our communities, those with low and moderate incomes, as well as those individuals with special and differing needs and abilities. Since that time, we've developed over 2,300 affordable housing units in that region. Most recently coming off of a very high productive year for a couple of years for us, resulting in producing almost 400 new construction units and another 200 units that were preserved for affordable housing. We not only have a real estate development arm, but also have a property management organization as well as resident services department who provide wraparound services to all of our residents. Most baseline of which is a housing stability service line, which includes eviction prevention, being able to utilize some of the resources that your locality and others have been able to put together, particularly during the pandemic and after, to be able to make sure that our residents can remain housed. Emergency eviction prevention services, in-kind services, as well as material assistance at the holidays and other times of the year. When additional funding does allow, our resident services group also provides community engagement activities and opportunities, educational and workforce development opportunities, and health and wellness programs such as COVID vaccine clinics on site, which was particularly helpful for our residents, our properties for older adults during the pandemic and after. In terms of demographics, just to highlight some of the folks that we do serve, more than a quarter of our residents our housing is set aside for individuals who are older adults and those with differing abilities. Again, likewise, about 26% of our residents are children under the age of 18, and we're predominantly women-head household in a lot of our properties, and predominantly representative of minority communities. Excuse me. I do want to, again, just be brief, and that's the general background of the organization. Myself, I've been with Wesley beyond taking over leadership here. This past year I've been with Wesley for over 15 years, coming out of the real estate development shop, and prior to that, spending some time in public service as well as at a for-profit development shop as well. I'll take any questions.
Great. Congrats on your new role, Camilla, and then we'll take questions.
Thank you so much.
Questions for Brendan or Camilla?
Caroline's got her hand raised.
Oh, Caroline?
Hi, Camilla. How are you? Let me turn my camera on. Good to see you.
Likewise.
I think we probably need to update that application. The president and CEO is not you, it's Shelley. So we should probably, in all seriousness, make sure that application is current and reflects the right contact information that represents your organization. I'm curious, where's the SPE, I'm talking city, state, going to be physically set up? When you set this up,
in Virginia.
It'll be Alexandria,
Virginia.
like in your,
Absolutely.
tied to your HQ. Okay.
Correct.
As I take a look at the criteria in front of council for how we establish tax exemption, the answers to the questions I reviewed, and it makes sense, right? I think the question I have for staff is, where's the precedent for nonprofits that we've established in the city that we provide tax relief to? Just curious, Wyatt. And I don't.
So Cindy and I probably do have the longest memory on this, and maybe some of the council members. There's only been one other tax exemption granted, and that was for an affordable housing project. And that was a project that did not move forward, but the council did take the action to grant that exemption. I cannot think of any other example of a tax exemption.
That is the only one under the Council 2008 resolution. And affordable housing was one of the key points of discussion when Council adopted that ordinance for this ability.
Okay, so just for the public record, the prior precedent on this has been not often, and in the case where it was applied, it was for affordable housing operator.
Yes. That was back in
Right.
2009 when we were doing a redevelopment down on South Maple and South Washington area as well. And this is permitted per the state code. It grants local authority to do the ordinance, as the staff report says. It's one of the few times where localities has a choice. The other tax exemptions for churches, for example, are mandatory. Good cause, but you don't get to tie it as directly to your vision and goals as
Yeah.
here.
Thanks for that. Sorry, did I interrupt somebody?
Haven't we granted tax exemption for the Falls Church Housing Corporation?
That was the project.
About the
where-
Witter Hill project. It didn't get tax exemption? I thought it did.
No, because they got the HUD 202 and 236 and now vouchers, so they didn't get tax exemption under.
Yeah, that would be
the-
double.
But the Housing Corp was the prime applicant for the application that Mr. Shields and I were referring to, but it was a redevelopment that didn't happen due to the economic downturn.
Caroline, you have more?
So, last question, it might be the hardest. And I just need a better sense for what is in the operating expense line. I see, and I'm in general supportive, right? Like I know that in order to pull this off, right, this relief is critical because I see the cash flow difference. But help me understand in broad brushstrokes what comprises the operating expense line besides the tax.
Operating expenses, I can, unless Camilla, you'd like to answer, I can just give a quick rundown of those operating expenses, high level. Just give me 1 second, I'll pull it up.
Thanks, Brandon. Just
Sure, no problem.
level buckets.
Just want to make sure I give you accurate information.
Well, while Brendan's pulling that up, I do know I can share with you one particular line item that I know we've been challenged with in all of our projects, and that's insurance, for instance. Increases in insurance, but I'm just buying you some time, Brendan, to pull up the details because I don't have it in front of me right now, and I know you've been digging in deep with my staff.
Certainly. So in terms of operating expenses, this would include typically administrative expenses, in this case, for Wesley Housing's property management, payroll expenses for that property management team, utility expenses, maintenance expenses, and like Camilla said, there's expenses for insurance and miscellaneous taxes, not having to do with real estate taxes. And I think another kind of important aspect of that cost is the debt service. The construction and total loan cost of this project has increased since even 2022 when this was originally approved. So the debt service for this project also increased and actually increased the need for this tax abatement.
All right. So my follow-up questions were, how much did it increase?
How much?
The primary debt. What was the variance?
How much did the primary debt increase?
That you
Is it
cited?
okay if I get back to you on that? I'll have to run these pro formas and compare them.
Okay. You sure? I can take back at the envelope because it was noticeable enough that you noted that it was a larger unexpected increase. Is it like double digits?
I don't have that information. I don't want to speculate.
Yeah, and at a very high level, what we have is, of course, the reimbursement to the city council for the advancement of purchase of 2 properties, the advancement to the EDA, so those double numbers stayed the same. It is the rehab to the 5 properties, with the predominant amount being 310 South Maple. When we first acquired that with the walkthroughs we did, it was $250,000 for the rehab, and now we're higher than that. Escalation cost, the condition of the building. And so that's where the difference is on the debt service. We've stayed pretty consistent with the core proceeds of the loan, and then, of course, as those in the stakeholder group that work with us, Virginia Housing, when we got down to the details, their standards for the underwriting were higher than just buy and hold from our initial. So when we really worked through it, that's what built into the construction. So that's not the numbers. Brendan would have to do a deeper dive, but that's conceptually what's changed, is how to get us to closing, get the proceeds back, and keep these safe, good facilities for affordable housing until we're able to redevelop.
Okay, 2 more questions. Thank you, Cindy. So the components, the operating expenses, what I listed, I think the largest one was labor, which I translate to headcount. Is that all Wesley headcount, or are you using some consultants in that?
On the operating side, it's Wesley headcount, but it's a shared cost, right? So these are 20 units, and we're co-managing it out of a nearby property. So it's distributed. I mean, and obviously smaller properties on a kind of a pro rata type share, it's a little bit, not on a pro rata share, but from a dollar amount share, it seems, per unit share, it seems a little bit high, but that's because of the size of the property.
Yeah. I understand if it's shared resources, but I understand that of all the buckets, insurance, payroll expense, utilities, maintenance, and labor costs, I think the probably largest part of that is operating expense. Is it? Can you give me a sense of what the percentage of the operating expenses, headcount, or labor? Is it like 40%? Is it 50%? And then I'll move on to the next question, and that's it. Promise.
You have it up, Brendan. I'm pulling it up myself right now, too.
Rough brush strokes estimates.
I think it's approximately less than 30%, I believe, is what I'm looking at.
Okay.
And sorry, the question is for
percentage of labor of the total operating expense.
And that's maintenance, that's everything. Administrative, we're cost certifying residents, income certifying residents going forward as well, which my staff is qualified to do, benefits, everything.
It takes a village to do this, yeah.
And it also, does include the utilities, which Brendan referenced, and then also trash pickup and that type of thing as well. So I know, Brent, this is one complex page of a 6-tab spreadsheet, so I don't know how quickly we can put Brendan on the spot to add those up.
Well, and yeah, I think the better thing, if you wouldn't mind just sharing it, just for just full transparency on it, it probably is best than me cherry picking the questions. Thoughts on that?
I just wanted to, I'm sorry, Cindy.
I was going to say maybe we can arrange a follow-up conversation to walk through the performance instead of a full detailed, emailing it out. Because we know Virginia Housing is going to have a final review for the loan, so it may change. So maybe we could walk it through.
Okay, I'll take you up on that offer, Cindy.
This is Dana. I think that would be the best option. Another conversation other than tonight.
I think as long as we just commit to slotting it somewhere soon.
Yep. We've had a lot of good detailed review and work on it between Wesley Housing, General Government City, and of course Virginia Housing.
Much appreciated. Now, when we grant, if once we vote and, assuming this goes through, this is, when does the abatement stop? Is this does it have a set time frame? Where in our code does it reference an end date? It doesn't quite say permanent, does it?
It doesn't say permanent, but it doesn't have an end date. It's for the duration of the period that Wesley owns the property, and I believe it is revocable by the city.
Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
And as we see, back to the mayor, because we've had some questions, I do want to be clear that this tax exception abatement is granted to Wesley as a nonprofit for the purposes of this project and these specific properties. If Wesley wasn't owning it, that's when the tax exception would go away. Otherwise, it's going to stay with this project. And it's also in your adopted MOU, so we would have to change that formal relationship with Wesley if there was a change.
We said we would do this in the MOU, and we
Yes,
did
it
first
is
reading
in
of
the
this
MOU.
actually back in July 2022. We're just doing it again.
And I will note Sally is on the call if there's any legal questions regarding this, but I don't think we mentioned the timeline, but we would like to bring this to first reading this next Monday, and then schedule second reading for February 12th, because to transfer the properties and close, we need to, bring those all to timing.
This is on critical path for closing. Okay. Aaron?
Yep. Hey, Sally, is this, whose name is this tax exemption position for, the SPE or Wesley?
Was that question directed to me, Sally?
Yeah. From a legal perspective, is the precedent on that the SPE or Wesley?
Well, I don't know the answer to that.
We can take that as a follow-up.
Yeah, I didn't either, which is why I asked as a thought bubble coming out of my head. I just want to make sure that we just follow the precedent on that. Thank you.
Sure thing.
You're good, Caroline, for now?
Yes, thank you so much.
Aaron?
So 2 quick questions. One goes to what Caroline was just saying about the single purpose entity. I think it's listed as a single purpose entity somewhere, but then a special purpose entity somewhere else. And I just wanted the same way to confirm with Sally. When I read that, what I understood was that because Wesley has the tax exempt status, that it's the LLC, the to be determined LLC, that is the recipient of the tax abatement, but that it's okay so long as the Wesley Housing is the sole entity within the LLC. So I just wanted to confirm that there wasn't like any other owner or anything, that it's just Wesley within the LLC, so that it is the tax exempt status just kind of carries over to the entity.
That was our previous work under a former city attorney, so we'll take this back and make sure Sally's had an opportunity to review it.
Okay, great. And then last question, just in terms of the property management, in terms of tangible kind of differences. Tangible differences to the current residents at Virginia Village, like, are there different services, or can they expect anything different, or is it kind of like seamless in terms of this is more of a ownership property management type change, as opposed to like they do or don't expect different services from Wesley Housing than what they may or may not be receiving now?
So from our perspective, they'll be getting a higher level of service, right? So still, from a day-to-day property management, physical maintenance and responsiveness, they'll have that level of care, but they'll also have access to some of the additional services that our resident services group provides, some of that housing stability services and other things as a resource. I know a lot of the residents right now probably use the city staff as their go-to, facing eviction prevention issues and other things. And we have a network that can link them up, with additional services and resources ourselves. And just be a conduit for the city staff as well, as necessary.
Great, thanks.
Mary Beth?
This is just a tracking question in the future. The other place we have people who are either having tax abatement or deferral is through the treasurer's office for low-income residents. I'm just wondering if when we report it and look at the amount of money we're putting into tax abatement here, it can somehow be shared in the same way with what's coming out of the treasurer's office. Does that make sense, Cindy?
Yeah, we'll work with Jody and see if we can report it, or maybe as part of the budget, because it's two different programs and code sections, but there's an aggregate benefit to the community.
Right, exactly. So it's two different things, but the benefit is housing with a tax abatement, because it's housing that we're trying to make sure that people are in homes and match them up. So
I'll have to explore, because one's for the unit and one's for
Yeah.
the people, but there are probably some way to message it.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Okay. Well, Camilla, thank you for joining us at this late hour. I know we've been wrestling with the pro forma at times, and hopefully we are close to getting to the finish line, because I think we look forward to this partnership.
Likewise, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Rules of procedure. Wyatt? I know we're late, so.
So, I am not, we do have the comments that were made at the regular meeting, so we want to have these before the city council so that these could be discussed together. We could get direction from council, what council as a whole agrees with in terms of changes. We would then work with council to write them up and have you look at language, ideally before the packet is posted on Thursday, make sure we're on the right track.
Okay. And Mary Beth has comments. Other people have comments.
So could you put the rules of procedure document up there? Could we just go through it, and then wherever people have comments, they can
Insert their comments.
insert?
As long as someone can track all of them, as we're talking, I guess.
Yeah, we'll sort of note it by line number.
There's no line number on
There's
it.
no line numbers. It's just
I noted mine by
2A11.
Section.
Yes. Or the first one I have is 2A.1.2, I think. Keep going down. Right there. It says only one meeting should be held in the months of December and August unless otherwise agreed to. But we actually have 2 meetings in December and August. So,
I guess we've agreed to it.
I think it's under regular.
And I think that's probably in reference to the regular meetings versus work sessions.
well, in other places it has meetings and work sessions are both called meetings, which is
Right,
why.
I think this is under the regular meeting section.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So that's easy. All right. 3A.2. II. 3A. We really should say that we have the option to receive information by packet, but the standard way to do it is electronically.
To reverse it.
Reverse it. Yeah.
That's definitely an easy change. I think that's just left from when we had a majority of members getting their information
right
on paper.
The default is electronic. All right, and then the next one, it says it's 3A.III. It says a copy of agendas along with all documents distributed to council members shall be posted at Mary Riley Stiles Library. Is that happening? I don't think that's happening. Because Erin said she went and there was. So,
Go ahead,
Veronica.
Yeah, we have just an agreement now because of the library construction and everything like that. The package is available electronically, so they have the staff there to assist anybody who would like to see it by just accessing it online, and they can print copies there if they want to. But rather than have the paper copies, since everything was accessible, we just worked that out with the library. So it's available there. It's just not a hard copy.
So can you just reword that to say that what you just said?
An electronic
I think we can do
An
that.
electronic copy is
To make it
available,
more clear that it's
and
available.
staff are available to help at the library.
Yeah.
And this minimum period of 90 days, it's just there forever because it's electronic, so we don't need to have 90 days. 4, 3, the next one down, also says it's available in the library, but it doesn't really need to be in the library. It just is electronically on the website.
I mean, some people might still go to the library for internet.
That's for the minutes.
Yeah.
That assumes that
Okay.
minutes will actually happen without Phil here.
This I'm just trying to be
think there was
eagle eye
some
Phil.
intent to
Actually,
make
this
sure
is
people
this is
had
my
access.
my play.
Yeah, that's like what I was saying. I think it's mainly just to make sure people are aware they can access things at the library. They don't have to come to City
It was
Hall.
to have
for it.
access after hours because we're required to have access in City Hall during business hours. And I think, it's the old thing about you used to have piles of paper and
Just muted yourself.
Muted.
You're muted.
muted. Did you get any of that?
Half of this piles of
Probably not.
Piles of paper.
Piles of paper, yeah. Just to make sure, I think the intent originally was always to have access available for people who can't get to City Hall during regular business hours. So, and of course we have that in our homes now as well. But
Right.
if you don't have computer, you can still go to the library.
So yes. Anyway, I just think the wording of that should be more specific to say they're available in electronic format and after hours or something, because it just doesn't make sense. the way
Okay,
it's
yeah,
written.
we'll tighten that up.
Yeah. All right. The next one, though, is 3BI. This one actually is, it says the name of the person sponsoring the agenda item shall be noted on each agenda item. But we don't do that, do we? Can we take that out?
That is on every agenda
The
item.
staff
Maybe not on
member-
the work sessions, but on the regular meetings, there's a department director, or if it's a council member or a member of the public, or Celeste may have more to add on that. I don't know.
Do we do that?
But yes, we do on every all the regular meeting agendas, not on the work sessions necessarily.
So
but
the person listed in there is not a council member. We don't say this is Ms. Hiscott's piece of
It has a lot more on
legislation.
proclamations than anything.
yeah, we have had that, but it's usually coming through staff, so it's referencing staff. But
So the
like Celeste
staff.
said,
So
it
can
tends to
we-
be more proclamation.
Right. So there it says city clerk Celeste. So could you say the staff member instead of the person?
Well, it's not always a staff member that's brought the agenda item forward. So I think that's why we left it more generally at person. Sometimes it is a council member bringing something forward.
I know. I didn't. It just reminded me of something that would happen in Richmond, where you have a legislator putting something in, and then who's with them, and that's what that sounds like to me. Okay, for I think, is there 4II? No, there's an I. Oh yeah.
Or BII?
There it is. It's after C, A, B, C. What's that? Right? No, you got to scroll back, Sophie.
Oh, okay.
There's
I
a
see
C.
it.
What is that? An I.
Little one.
Yeah. Okay. Should it maybe
It looks
needs to
like
be
that's just a
indented.
formatting issue. It
Yeah,
just
yeah,
needs
yeah,
to be
yeah.
indented. I can fix
We
that.
just need it indented.
Was this one updated with our new electronic meeting rules?
Yeah, that's correct because we actually had electronic participation before COVID. And
Right.
so that's been in here. And so I think it's specifically stating whatever extent is permitted by Virginia code that you will be permitted. All council members will have that right to participate fully as permitted by Virginia code and as adopted by the rules of council, which we do separately. It's required by state law, and it
Okay.
carries along with council. So when the Virginia code changes, then that would come back to you to see if you want to take the additional permissions from Virginia code. But you're all up to date now on your.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
4II. Oh, I think you missed it. 4. The limit public comment. It's about the order of voting. This is just my own personal pet peeve that I'd like to share, and if anyone wants to, which is that when we vote alphabetically, I always have to go first. And I think maybe other people might like a chance to go first, and maybe I'd like to go fifth sometimes. And I'm just wondering, is there a reason why we always have to vote alphabetically? Does it just makes it easier for the clerk, I would assume? Is there a way we could have any voting that's all at the same time? Ding.
Well, you are required roll call votes in a lot and almost everything. Yes, by the charter, and so yes, it would be. It would be interesting to try to corral that on each vote. But we can certainly talk about it.
Well, after 10 years, I've gotten over it. But
yeah, well,
if anyone else had a thought that they wanted to change it, I would go along with that.
I guess my suggestion on that is, there's nothing wrong. What's wrong with proposing that we flip it? We'll do in reverse alphabetical order, right? And alternate from increasing alphabetical to reverse alphabetical. I mean, I don't see any issues doing that, and it helps to what you're getting at, right, Mary Beth? Like,
it just seems like we should share that joy of going first.
Yeah, so why don't we just put in some language that just alternates alphabetical and reverse alphabetical?
But I don't want to make things far too difficult for everyone else, so I'm just sharing that as a thought. We can noodle on that one before we make any opinions.
It depends on how often you want to alternate it, and also I think for the minutes the votes are recorded, and I think in that order.
Yeah.
And I think when people are reading minutes, I think they're used to seeing names in a certain order. It's easier to pick out the vote. I mean, it's something to discuss, certainly. But, there can be some issues. And I don't know if there's anything else that's holding us to that. So let me look into that.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
All right. What about 6AI? This is about council members requesting information. So I'm wondering if we can talk a little bit about this, your preferred procedure. Some of us have talked about it, but I don't know if we've talked about it officially in a meeting.
Yeah, I think this is city manager.
This is an important one. It's a good one for council to discuss with the city manager and make sure everybody's feels like it's fair and appropriate. So currently it reads, City Council will have access to staff members when necessary and appropriate to clarify issues or gain information, and should notify the city manager of such exchanges. All requests that require substantial written response from staff will go through the city manager as a matter of expediency and courtesy. So if I were to state a preference, it would be that that basically all requests of staff go through the city manager. That would be my preference.
I just have a question on that from thinking about this week and the first meetings of all of our boards and commissions. Like, I'd like to meet with the PUC chair and I'd like to meet with the ESC chair to make sure we're going over agendas and we are on the same page about rules and procedures of those meetings, etc. You want all that to come through you first to meet before meeting with them?
Well, first of all, let me just state this is sort of the reason for it is to try to help promote equity among council members. So a big part of my job is to make sure that information is shared equally with council. And so if I'm aware of it, then I can manage that and try to make sure that communication is regularized. That's the intent of it. Also, it's helpful for me to know kind of what council is interested in and kind of, questions that you have. And then maybe a third reason is I think staff tend to expect that of the city manager.
And Wyatt, I think Mrs. Scott was talking about advisory board members.
So first, I just wanted to back up for to say this wasn't sort of like a control freak issue. Those are the rationales behind it.
I see the purpose of it. I'm trying to balance.
Yes,
incorporating you on every email message.
Then
that
efficiency
is
the next question.
Blowing up and.
Yeah, so we have the liaisons. The liaisons have a ton of interaction with their board, obviously. And if you're the liaison on that board, should you sort of be kind of part of the board and deal with the liaison? that I think has been the case for years. I think it's a thing for the council discussion. To me, it is an avenue for there to be unequal knowledge or unequal information from council. And so if the council is comfortable with that, then working with the liaisons is I think the council could be okay with that. But I think, you know,
I
some
defer to other
council
people.
members
I mean, I going through the pro formas that Caroline might go through with Cindy, for instance, that's her bread and butter. She does it on a daily basis. I feel like I should know about it and join it if I want to, but honestly, I'm going to defer to Caroline on that because I don't have time to do that for every board and every commission to get up to her, you know, can't possibly get up to her speed when she has however many years of business experience in that area. So I appreciate that, but so I'd be interested in what others say. I don't want to limit anybody's equal access to information, but at some point in time, you have to count on your liaison to be doing that work.
So one other thing just to maybe think about generally is there are instances where there's like a project that's happening and a council member is involved in it. And so the sort of the council and the staff member, they just run with it and I get out of the way. That happens on a case-by-case basis. And you could say that a committee work is sort of just one of those running cases. But it, you know, when these committees are advancing policy and a council member is kind of involved in that, there is going to be inherently a differentiation amongst the council members in terms of how involved you are in an issue before it comes to the body as a whole.
I guess my reaction to it is, and it's not like a distrust of anyone on the council at all or concern about, you know, those interactions. It's that I think in terms of a public confidence, public trust issue, I heard enough, whether the perception is valid or not, a perception of like a behind the scenes, you know, movement of things that the public didn't feel like privy to in terms of their understanding conversations that may have been happening, or, you know, if things aren't captured in minutes, like should it be captured somewhere in terms of interactions. And I think as a person, you know, in government who is sensitive to leadership, right, and political leadership, even when you are aligned with leadership, there can be pressures that career staff feel from, you know, elected officials or appointed officials sort of saying, you know, or saying they're interested in doing certain things, and it signals to career staff in certain ways to move things along, and they may already be on a different path that's a path that's somewhere that's not really reflective of where the full council may be. And so my concern with this is like it's important not to short circuit discussions or kind of short circuit info sharing, and that I think it's important for all of us when we hear those sorts of things to be able to say like, no, well, that's not my understanding of what's going on, and we're doing, you know, this mechanism by which we understand those conversations. And so I can tell you like that the perception, you know, I don't know what was happening before, but it's definitely not happening now, or it's something we're aware of, or if we're seeing more interactions and things kind of being fast tracked, or kind of what the public feels like, oh, it's the, you know, fixes in, or this was pre-baked or whatever, that there is some mechanism by which they have more confidence that like that isn't what's actually occurring. And so I know like, yeah, I don't want you to get bogged down with a bunch of messages.
Well, if that's a
And
fear,
I
I
feel
will
like-
copy Wyatt on, you know, I'll copy you and go to you, and you can manage that out if that's a concern.
I mean, I don't, you know, and for, I don't know, with the liaisons, it's like, I don't, you know, like I said, it happens in government all the time. And it is that question of like, who needs to be CC'd on what versus just having a sense of like how many conversations are taking place outside of meetings when like we are so frequently having meetings.
And another piece of that is that when staff get a request from a council member to do something, that sometimes puts them in an awkward position too, where if I'm contacting Dana and saying, hey, Dana, I need you to do such and such, that's not actually really appropriate for me to be doing that. It should really be going through the city manager. So I do like if we send it to the city manager email address, it goes to 4 people, and then it goes to 4 people?
Yeah.
And then it gets dispersed to the proper person.
Yeah, and I think it's important, like, and
And
we
then it
only
become-
employ 3 people.
Right. And then it becomes part of that official record that Cindy is keeping. This is this request, this question. But some of them seem so negligible. Like someone said to me, oh, I have a book and I want to donate it to the library. How do I do that? So do I have to contact Wyatt before I can contact Marshall that seems like such extra work for your office, but also seems like if I'm just going to keep following that procedure, I'll keep following that procedure. So it's a balance like that.
And I think that's probably why that word should is in there, because the council didn't want to be sanctioned for doing something if there was something pretty negligible like that by their colleagues. So I think that's probably the provenance of should. I think just as sort of basics of management, it is helpful for staff to kind of have those communications coming through the hierarchy.
Also make sure we don't overlook something, and maybe it could just be like reordered. But this is like the council request, follow-up for agendas, big projects. I think the council liaison piece maybe needs a little more discussion, because we do have a staff person assigned to that. There is a chair. You all are assigned to it.
They're all public meetings.
And those staff should be also reporting back to their director and interim director now. So that may be slightly different, unless you're at that meeting, because we've had trouble where a council member may say, well, I want this done, and then the staff liaison goes, am I now directed to do that?
Right.
But if you're just doing an agenda review,
I mean, I think you've captured in there that anything that, if it has a substantial response that's needed, then it goes through the city manager. But like perfunctory things like, where should this go? Or,
right.
Like I sent an email to staff saying, hey, Justine's going to be your new arts and humanities, liaison. Like, does that really need to go through Wyatt's office, or is that inefficient?
Oh, they're not
Right.
they're not really what you
I think we've captured in there by using
Right.
If it needs a substantial response, it goes through the city manager.
Okay. Can you add in that line that the city dash manager at fallstreetva.gov email address? And then the procedure that Cindy will reply and track the requests. Could that be added in?
Getting a little bit granular.
You could probably maybe
Well, Wyatt, what are you suggesting as the ed? So, what are you suggesting? Are we changing number 1? Let me ask this and rein it back in. What's the specific change to A1? Are we proposing one or
My
not?
proposal is that it says the city manager email address, not the Wyatt Shields email address. If I send something to Wyatt Shields, Cindy's never going to see it. It needs to be city-manager at fallschurchva.gov email address.
So to answer, just to answer Caroline's question, I have not wordsmithed this, but if this were phrased the way I would prefer it, it would be council requests for information or clarification on issues go through the city manager, and the city manager will respond in a timely fashion, after consulting with staff. That would be the way I would prefer that it be.
Okay, I'll take it. My only suggestion to that is add the word material. Material council request, right, at the adjective at the beginning, which we all agreed to. Not everything needs to go through you. It's material.
And then I guess to capture Mary Beth's comment about the city manager address, if we're not getting that granular, what we might do in the last sentence of A1 is to maybe say, written responses from staff will be shared by the city manager with the full council as a matter of expedience and courtesy. Because I think it's both, right? It's both that the request is coming in, maybe it's a singular request, but it's going back out to the full council, and that it's going through Wyatt / the city manager email address in terms of memorializing this kind of Friday, council requests email.
I think there's two kind of memorializing of responses. So to be clear, the part I'm doing is sort of the council requests that aren't big policy items or agenda items. So there will be the emails you get from Wyatt at the end of the week and this request piece.
My big thing that I don't want is limited to requiring written responses. I think if it's material, and I think I'm supporting where Wyatt's going generally, and I'd also like Wyatt to keep a log of these requests so that they're accountable and trackable.
Yeah, we're logging.
And there's lots of precedent for that. For example, when you visit the White House, there's a White House log. And I think that will help us explain and respond to any questions from citizens. So it'll be very helpful. I think we're kind of all in the same ballpark, generally. Mary Beth, I think you started it. But I wouldn't want to limit it to written response. And with regard to liaisons, I mean, a lot of the work of liaisons is done in public meetings, so that's traceable, that's trackable. But like, if you were to follow one of those meetings with a substantive request to the staff member, and maybe the key staff member for the board, I think that should go through Wyatt, because that's not a public meeting when that request is made. That's my only thought there. So.
Mary Beth, you have more things on your list?
I do. Go to page 12, please. So this all talks about the chair, the chair, the chair. It all needs to be changed to mayor. Chair is in there about 9 times on pages 12 and 13.
Yeah, I think these are just general Robert's rules as an attachment. So for guidelines. So yeah, we can edit those up so they're more specific.
Okay.
You see, we did get city council in there, so.
And then I had asked at the mayor's meeting just to clarify abstentions versus voting present.
Yeah, and I think there is some background work to be done on that.
Okay.
So let me also include that.
Okay.
As part of this attachment to the rules.
And then other things that we've talked about doing are just how are we tracking community requests? How are we doing constituent services? I don't know that that needs to be in the rules of procedure, but I feel like we need to have a bit of a more orderly constituent services plan, because sometimes it's catch as catch can. And sometimes it's, did you reply? No, did I reply? Oh, who replied?
Oh, for constituent requests to come to council.
Yeah, that come to council. How are we handling those, and can they be tracked better? And my other request is just the calendars. We've got the council consolidated calendar and the event invitations calendar. And I tried to put them all on my Google Calendar, which is fine, but I'm wondering if we could give council access to the event invitations calendar so that we could have on there a line that says who's going to represent, who's going to speak at this one, who's going to be there, so that we can all put that into the notes on that Google Calendar. So that we would say, Eden Center, we're invited to Eden Center on February 10th. That's on the calendar. Who's going and who's speaking?
I don't see a problem with that. You all have access. You may not have access. So let us look into that one too.
I think
And
it
just-
would be a matter of getting a procedure in place so that we know that we're doing it all, but I think that would be really
Yeah.
helpful. And
And I think
then
just keeping in mind that that one is, it's all on the website and it's posted on the board. So as long as we're just making sure that we're okay with everybody, I guess, having access to all of that, that's just
right, because
one thing to think about.
Yeah. Well, we'd definitely be glad to tighten that up too.
I think it would be better than sending emails back, constant emails back and forth. Who's going to be at this one? Who's going to be at this one? It seems like in the past, I never knew who was going to show up when I was invited to something. Oh,
Phil.
except for Phil. But I would just show up and be like, oh, you're here too. I had no idea. And it would just be nice if there was a way to actually track.
Also makes it easier for whomever's to acknowledge
Right.
its members in attendance.
Right, exactly.
Say,
Exactly.
hey, are you here?
Who else is here?
Raise your hand.
And I think that might. And then I did like the Albemarle and Lynchburg things that you attached, their rules of procedure. But I won't. We don't need to. I won't edit theirs. I think some of those things we should try to incorporate, but we don't need to do that tonight. All right, I think I'm done. Thank you. Thank you for your consideration.
Who else has some?
I had 2 or 3 quick things. Mary Beth caught most of mine. On number 3, the agenda. I don't know. I've heard some city residents, especially on like planning, SE, zoning sort of issues where they're much more complex materials and, more extensive attachments to the agenda item, that they just feel like 3 days isn't enough. And I don't want to, I know that, in terms of all of this turnaround is a heavy burden on staff and getting the packets together is difficult. And so I don't know if there's a way, for example, like with the Quinn submission, right? Like it gets, the resubmittal went to staff, I think on the 4th, and they're looking at the resubmittal and then the staff report and the agenda item comes out, whatever it is, on the 11th or the 12th. I don't know for something that's that extensive, if there's a way, and if it has like a project page, that the resubmittal could get posted before, for example, the staff report or the agenda item goes out, just for like the more significant zoning or like SE applications, because there's so much there for the public to just digest in order to kind of make more fruitful comments. So just something to consider in terms of like what a possible answer to that is, even if the agendas themselves aren't published earlier than the 3-day period. On B, agenda item B, little 4, I guess it is. I just didn't know titles of ordinances and resolutions. Like, I know we have short titles for motions. Is there a way to even shorten more than what we currently say now? To be like, I move for adoption of PR da-da-da-da-da with a super short title, as opposed to sometimes reading like 2
I think
paragraphs long.
that is the intention, and you'll notice on the staff reports there's a suggested motion.
Okay.
I think sometimes folks like to read the whole thing, but there is always a shortened I move to adopt TO, whatever in this. Yeah, that's our standard.
Okay.
I think the longer motions just tend to be when there's additional direction that needs to be stated very clearly, like
Oh, right. The
first reading.
authorizations,
Yeah.
when there's no legislation number, those are the ones that are longer. You're
Like
correct.
your
Yeah, that's
zoning-
right.
Like
Donna.
the recent zoning cleanup with all those.
I think that was
zoning
just the title of the item, and the actual motions are shorter than that. The
Right,
titles
and I
have to
do-
be detailed.
And I do read the titles. That's, reading the title kind of dispenses with the reading of the entire ordinance. And so I think that's a lot of that long language is happens when we're first, opening up the item. So, but
Okay.
I hear you on that one for sure.
On 4E, the conduct of meetings order of business, I think Debbie had raised this. Does it make sense for right now under number 8, receipt of public comments, requests, and consent item comments, C is the council requests. Should the council requests be moved to under the report of the city manager to council?
Thank
Doing
you
that by
for,
practice, yeah.
yeah.
We have already been moving that around. So yes, we'll just change it in here so it's official. But we've been doing that item that way.
Okay. And then in
Just
8,
it seems to work.
in 8
Right.
also, where it says receipt of public comments requesting consent item comments, my understanding is that consent item comments generally occur under 10C, consent items. So does it make sense to remove the consent item comments from 8B? and
I
have
think
it-
this is public comment, and so we don't open the consent to the public generally.
Got it.
So we
Okay.
ask for, if anybody has a comment on consent, that they do it during the regular receipt of public comment item. I think that's why that's there.
Got it. Okay. On
So council can comment anytime.
Yeah, okay. On 5, meeting records, under A, minutes of meetings, and then little 2, minutes of work sessions and committees of council. I noticed in now on appointments committee and going back to find appointments committee minutes, that we don't actually post appointment committee minutes at all, like under council meetings. And I understand, most of it occurs in closed session in terms of the discussion. But for like record keeping purposes, I know the agendas come out and the agenda lists like, the applicant. So I would think that there should be under like city council meetings, if you were looking to see when the appointments committee meets, for example, that there should be recorded that like the meeting took place, that the minutes of what generally happened in open session, so to speak, even though they're not recorded, and then closed session. Right now, there's just like no record at all of appointments committee on the website.
I can address that one. So it is there, and I might be a little bit behind on posting them right now, but there aren't videos of those meetings, and the system where all the other council meeting information is all video. It's video based, so we have to have a video of that to post it. So if you go where you find the agenda, the minutes are there. So it's slightly different than your regular stuff, and it's just a limitation of our system. And we're looking at some options to make that a little easier to help the public find the information a little better, because obviously it's not working very well if you can't find it. But I will admit to being a couple months behind on just getting those up.
No,
but
that's fine.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have known
agree.
where to look, and I was like, oh, this is weird. Where is this?
Yeah,
okay,
it
that's
is
it
weird.
for me. I thought on parliamentary procedure, like Mary Beth, I saw some of the Albemarle County and Lynchburg stuff was good on like overall purpose, and some of the, like authority of council and council acting as a body and kind of equal status, equal authority might make sense to incorporate.
Other ones?
Just a couple quick things. I guess this is a question for everyone in the room. We want a convenient time for all of us, as well as members of the public, allow for the maximum amount of public, engagement. And meetings often run late, so I don't know how you guys feel about meeting at 7 rather than 7:30, if that creates a huge amount of problems, but that would also mean that people could maybe stay engaged for longer and we don't have to sit here till midnight.
How do people feel about that?
I'd be okay with that. I think Caroline may. She's downtown. Originally, it was because people were in DC and they had to get back. But
I can do 7.
I'm happy with 7.
I sometimes have kid commitments, so dinner, run them carpools. So I think it just depends on the day and the week. And
staff have an opinion.
I think it should be a steady rule, and so that's kind of the only thing I think we would say is whatever that date is, whatever that time is, we will go with, but it shouldn't change from meeting to meeting.
Agreed.
And we do occasionally just have some events and things that are before council meetings, so that might be something to consider, as it'll impact the timing of things like that.
We do have a couple 6:30 starts sometimes already.
Yeah.
To the extent we're trying, like when we do the agendas and we're cognizant in doing the agendas that the things that are going to be of more interest to the public are higher up on the agendas, then that may be, responsive to that.
And in general, try to smooth out the agendas through the months too. We don't have, clearly we underestimated tonight.
So next time we'll make sure that rules of procedure are first on the agenda.
All right, I guess the other thing, so two other things. I did find it interesting. Lynchburg has a rule that the representative of a group can have 5 minutes to make a presentation. Fairfax has a rule that a representative of a group can have 10 minutes. I guess, it's all about timing. So it's like, if it becomes more efficient for one person to speak for many people, and so it's almost, I don't know if there'd be like a rule where someone, members of a group can cede their time to a representative or something like that. And it's not a decision we need to make tonight. I just wanted to throw that out there as maybe a way to try to help make things more efficient. And then the final thing that I wanted to throw out there, but again, we don't need to talk about tonight, that I do appreciate the tradition of the Pledge of Allegiance. I do think about how we're at the local government level, and so to me personally, it would make more sense to maybe say an integrity pledge or a pledge to the community of Falls Church, just something that would be more local. That's all.
Other comments? Dave, do you have some? No. I just had one that's come up in the past 2 weeks under page 9. And public dissemination of information and ability of council members to communicate with the public and media. I think it's under section 6B, little 4. So as it stands right now, the rules say that such member may take the lead in working with the city's public information officer in communicating with the public and news media regarding such subject areas. So members of council were approached by staff, or the staff's kind of hired marketer, I think, to essentially be on TV in promotion for Restaurant Week. And so it kind of brought up the question of how do we feel about that? Is that something that I think traditionally some people have given interviews with the Washington Post or done a ribbon cutting for an event or shown up on behalf of council? How do we feel about, as written, when it stands now? Wyatt, feel free to jump in with staff's take too.
So, so with Restaurant Week, it kind of came about where the contractor had contacted some council members to ask if they'd like to be available to the media as they were doing promos for individual restaurants. And so I think council members were willing to do it, and then it came to our attention, Susan and my attention, and we're like, generally that's not what our sort of our first go-to is. And there was some reaction to that. They're like, we ought to talk about that together as a group. And so that's what we do want to do, and have a good, comfortable relationship. There are a couple things to think about. One is sort of the relationship amongst councils. If there was a perceived inequity in terms of who's getting before the media more frequently, that would be something just to work through, and it probably can be worked through. But and then two, kind of who's the most effective spokesperson. There could be a council member who wants to talk about something, but staff might have a concern that, none of this council, but just thinking future councils, that maybe it's not a great fit, and that staff's preference would be, maybe someone else. And so that could be an awkward conversation to have. That can be true in a whole lot of situations. Then there are things so kind of what specifically the policy is about when the city is promoting things and trying to get information out. Like the easy one to be understand, we typically wouldn't ask council to speak about rec and parks programs. That would be just something that the Office of Communications would do promotion for camps that are coming up, and not ask council members to be sort of the face of that or promote that. And that's usually council members are not asked to do that. But I think some of the thinking was with the restaurant promotions, it was kind of like that. It was some public dollars were going to promote something, and so there was a view from the Office of Communications that council wouldn't be the first place you would go to ask for people to do that. This ought to be a discussion of what's council comfortable with, sort of in thinking about those things, and then we'll adjust and work with council to go forward together on it.
So I'll throw out an important distinction, I guess, first of all, is that I think there's like incident response. Let's say there's, another car hits a pole. I don't think any of us want to get in front of the TV to talk about why a car hit a pole again on North Washington and why, hundreds of people don't have power. Like, that is clearly something that staff is more than capable of handling, and we'd rather you handle it, right? I think we're talking about kind of this other bucket of stuff that's more like promotion, marketing, and promotion of the city, and how to get more diverse faces and representation and people who might have subject matter expertise. Like, I also certainly would never want to talk about transportation funding. That's clearly something that Dave knows a whole lot more about, right? And I want to make sure people have access, and has the ability to share that information with the public too. I think that, I think it's important to separate between those types of appearances, incident ones, and then more discussion whether you have someone has subject matter expertise or it's a softer promotion opportunity.
If I can note to your subject expertise, whenever Mr. Snyder or the mayor is speaking on transportation, we'll draft it, but you usually float it and make sure council concurs, or you bring it up under council request. So there's still sort of that council as a whole endorsing whatever Mr. Snyder's recommending because of his expertise. So that feels a little different. But then you do have the incident response, and then you have the promotion piece.
But then there are also times when Mr. Snyder pops up on WTOP as a COG representative or something else. So that's not through the city, but wearing a different hat, but related to his role as council member. So I was also thinking about when we had the Fox 5 morning show here, and they came through and interviewed people on TV, and that was another opportunity where Dave Tarter and I were on. I don't know if anybody else was on that one. Or the Healthiest Cities. I was interviewed for that. So sometimes I don't know. It doesn't seem consistent.
I think you're right. I don't think it is. I don't think we have been real consistent on it. So it's a good conversation to have, just so that we're all on the same page going forward in terms of what the expectations should be.
I mean, I'm just thinking about the businesses as well, as they're concerned. The businesses are going on the radio and television, and they're promoting their businesses during Restaurant Week, and obviously not all 40 of them are chosen, but we still want to have businesses. You want to see the faces of people who own the restaurants, the Boric G's, and the shows the different types. I'm just thinking along the lines of it should be consistent across council, business, whatever we decide as an overarching approach to bringing businesses and bringing council members to promote our city, which I'm of the opinion that we should, just as a marketer. I mean, we can hammer out the equity and the who gets what time, but I think it's a interesting way to continue to promote the city. But I think what needs to apply to council needs to apply to the business. Sorry, I'm getting tired of not speaking coherently.
Tired, we're forming.
The other thing I'm thinking about is, because that's also, we go to ribbon cuttings. That's promoting an individual business. So if you carry on that logic through, like, we don't want to promote an individual business, well, we all go to ribbon cuttings because we want to promote all businesses in Falls Church City. We don't selectively say we want to promote this business and not the other. We go to all businesses. So if someone asks me to promote a restaurant in the city or a business in the city, I feel that's part of what I should be doing. And maybe I have the vision of what a council member is doing different. I have that in my mind differently than others. So I'd be interested to hear what you all think. I also don't think it happens all the time, right? We're going to have this like once or twice a year. So let's have
I don't know if we keep
process.
following this model of Restaurant Week. There may be a lot more opportunities.
Maybe an annual or semi-annual event. So,
Thoughts on that one?
2 minutes till tomorrow to share your thoughts today.
So we could either take some time to sort of try to write this out with more detail, or try to keep it pretty high level and pretty simple. How about if I circle back with Susan and just sort of think it through a little bit more, and we send something out to the council and say, does this look kind of right to everybody in terms of how we handle communications with elected members? And
right now, I just don't think it needs edits because
Yeah,
it says that
doesn't
we're
need
allowed
edits.
to.
Yeah.
Like, I just think we should apply it consistently because it says
Okay.
we should be able to do it.
Yeah.
And I think whether we actually follow it or not is the question, right?
And then I think too, if Good Morning Washington is contacting me to say, hey, would you comment on such and such, I would of course contact the communications office first before I responded to anything like that. I think that's another level too of.
so the language says, we'll work with the city's PIO, so that's in there. So maybe one part of the question is the council comfortable with this statement? And then the real task is for me and Susan to sort of talk through and sort of plan out how we implement it. It's different than the way we approach it on restaurants.
I guess I'm not hearing any concerns with people taking these on as long as we are fair and equitable and let people know that it's happening, right?
I think it depends on sort of what it is. I don't have, like, I think that, right, if people, like the mayor and vice mayor, for example, are ceremonial roles. And so if you're in a ceremonial role saying, like, hey, this is happening with Restaurant Week, like, I think that makes sense. To the extent that it's, like, getting into policy sort of things. Oh, well, we're interviewing so-and-so on this thing, or electrifying this or that, or, like, then it kind of, it moves in a way that I think, I don't know that I have strong feelings that a person should or shouldn't do that, but I think it shouldn't then only be like working with the communications office, but whatever the message is probably should reflect like where we are, council as a body. So I wouldn't think a person should get out ahead before like a community energy action plan was adopted and saying, oh, hey, we really want to do this with the community energy action plan. But if post-adoption, someone's out there saying, hey, we adopted this community energy action plan, I think it's just a matter of like timing. in
Policy
terms of
would be
it
post-adoption.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we are at midnight.
Yeah.
Good on this one for now? Oh, we have the opportunity to edit it some more after staff takes a turn at it. So thank you
Mayor?
for all the comments. Thank you for staff to capture all this. Oh,
I did have a question, and I did also want to remind you that you could change these every month if you wanted to. So there's always room for editing as we move
Don't
along.
give them Mary Beth every month.
I know.
On the agenda every month.
I was wondering if we might have some additional time and not need to turn this around tomorrow for the next regular meeting. Would it be okay if we just went to the first February meeting for adoption so we can have time to get the language right? Or do you want to get it a quick turnaround for the January 22nd meeting?
I think it's fine to wait.
If everybody's okay with that, I think we can do a better job with it.
We still have one more item. Consent. People have questions or comments on the consent items.
I do have a comment. That's sort of a comment on the fleet purchase contract. I guess I'm going to be the broken record on ensuring that to the extent and where possible, we're investing in electric vehicles or hybrid vehicles as available and appropriate, because we're investing for 10 years or however long. I think 10 years is about our average vehicle length. So I just want to kind of keep making that statement.
Yeah, I had a similar comment, not like second guessing what's listed, but there were like 2016 and 2017 Ford Explorers that were getting replaced with 2024 Ford Explorers, and like didn't seem that old to be updating them, and I couldn't tell in terms of the fleet if like there weren't benefits or, you know, clean energy sort of benefits to it, if it makes sense to like give that vehicle 10 years and see where we are in 2 years in terms of it being a more energy efficient vehicle than replacing a 2017 Ford Explorer in like 2024.
I share those comments. I think the optics in general, that 5 out of the 6 ones were internal combustion engine ones, look great in light of talking about the green fleet transition. But if there's more details, I understand that it's mainly OEM, fire marshal, police, and so maybe in circumstances like when you need emergency vehicles, obviously you can't charge them if you have no power, so maybe that's why we need gas ones. But needing a bit more of that context, I think, would be helpful to get us comfortable with that sort of big purchase. And if there's opportunity to lease them for shorter periods of time until the technology catches up, then at least we're not committing to as long of a asset.
Oh, good.
Someone's raised their hand. Is that Zach?
That's Zach.
Hi, Zach. Thanks for sticking with us.
Hey, absolutely. Hey, yeah, I just wanted to touch on some of the comments about EVs and hybrids. It is something we looked at. We spent about 3 months trying to source them. There's a few different reasons why EVs and hybrids aren't on this list. The first one, EVs don't make sense, as you stated, for police cars, emergency vehicles, emergency responders right now. The city just doesn't have the infrastructure. We don't have level 3 chargers. We need kind of on-demand vehicles. So that's the first part. The second part is there's nothing available right now. To be honest with everybody on council, there's nothing out there. We can buy off the lot, but we don't get the police ratings or the I can't remember the non-police package, but it's kind of the same outfitting style. It just doesn't have the pursuit rating on it that we need for our people to have functional vehicles. So short of buying something off the lot for approximately twice as much per vehicle and going through a whole other thing of procurement, this is what's available on the market. Ford corporate has come out to say if we wanted EVs or hybrids, it's at minimum a year before we can place an order, and they won't guarantee a delivery window from that. I will also note most of the vehicles on the list have like an industry standard of like 5 years. So we're pushing 8, pushing 10 is twice that standard. These are vehicles that we spend quite a bit of maintenance money on every year just to keep on the street. I know they don't meet all of the city's goals, but they do have smaller engines. They have better gas mileage, less fuel use, and we do plan for this to kind of be a one-off, so to speak, for internal combustion engines, with the market getting better next year. And then we're also planning on buying some motor pool replacement vehicles later this year that will be EVs and hybrids. So I hope that kind of gives some insight into our thought process and rationale.
I echo that, Zach. I in the DC side, Department of Buildings has a fleet of like 82 cars, and I mean, DPW, multiple DC agencies have tried to order electric vehicles, and we were told a year, and it's been a year and a half, and none of them have showed up. So I had no idea how old our fleet was. 2008, 2009, 2010. Interesting in terms of where to make investments. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that context, Zach.
Is just a quick question for Zach. Is leasing a vehicle an option?
That's more expensive.
Yeah, leasing is generally more expensive. I know PD has looked into it, and I wouldn't ever say that leasing's not an option, with the exception of probably DPW. But you do have to kind of do it as a whole package, right? You can't just do it for 1 or 2 vehicles. You kind of you get your whole fleet of police cruisers, for example, kind of built in on that package.
I wouldn't fiscally support leasing. Just
I think that's
personal
kind of the
perspective. I think that's fiscally irresponsible.
We did
Yeah, I think that's the conclusion we came to as well, was the cost difference didn't make sense.
Okay, other comments on consent?
On the RSTP, is the 650,000 just like generally what we seek? It's the max of what we can get, and is
That's
that
right.
application, like, does it look like it was presented to us, or do we, like, in terms of it being like kind of pro forma versus it being more persuasive? Like, I just don't know if they normally give us all 650 or we get like 500, and to the extent we want to make it more persuasive, like, do we talk about population growth or household growth, or, you know, like, to get all the money?
It's somewhat pro forma, and there's a formula base. This dollar amount is higher than our actual awards recently, and that's strategically done because they'll give us a lower number than usually during the process. There's a little bit more money. And so the persuasiveness is council's endorsed it, and we have a resolution. And then it goes into our parent fund in those broad categories, and then in your CIP, you'll spend it more specifically. So Carrie strategically worked with Caitlin to ask for the 650.
Great, okay. And then
Chances are we won't get quite that much.
Hillwood, it includes like a 15% contingency. So where does that overage go if it turns out that we're under? Because aren't those ARPA funds like coming up timing wise in terms of needing to be spent on that Hillwood stormwater project? It said something like 1.59 million with a 15% contingency.
On this RSTP item, or
No,
you?
sorry,
She
on
went back up
Hillwood
to Hillwood.
stormwater. I moved.
Oh, Hillwood. We're going to Hillwood. I'm sorry. Yes. So what happens if we don't use that contingency?
Yeah, if they're part of the ARPA funds.
We'll spend it.
Okay. That's just what I mean. It just gets moved over. You're like, come back to us, so we
It'll go to a-
authorize it, and it will get reallocated, but we won't
Go
lose
to
the
a
funds.
different stormwater
Okay.
project.
Or
Okay.
a different ARPA, but yeah, it will get used.
Is that it for consent? Did we want to attempt to look at the schedule so we don't have to meet tomorrow in 8 hours?
Yes.
That's a great idea.
I think, Caroline, did we cancel the Budget and Finance meeting?
So Sophie,
Yes.
yeah, there. Look, Sophie's got it up on the wall. So that's January 10th. Sophie, can you go? I don't know if you can go on the P drive, and it doesn't matter. I just deleted all that January 16th stuff, but that's fine. We can just look ahead to the 22nd. One thing I want to note for the Employee of the Year, earlier I'd said we have a 6:30 reception. We had that big luncheon a month ago, and so that's in lieu of the reception. So we'll start at 7:30. You don't have to come early that night, but we'll have Brian Benson and Jimmy Ruby as our Employees of the Year. First reading on the tax abatement.
Wyatt?
Yes.
Sorry, on the 22nd is also Chief Fard swearing in, is that right?
At 11 o'clock in the morning, yes.
Is that on there for people to know?
Yeah, let me do that. I'll add that for.
I'm not going to tell you to email it out, I'm just going to expect you all to write it down.
So it'll.
And the close, yeah, and the closed session is moving to the 22nd, right?
That's right. We'll move the closed session to the 22nd.
And so we will move the rules to February 12th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
And does the EDC meet on January 23rd then? In the day?
That is the new schedule we worked out, right? We swapped
Yeah.
EDC to Tuesdays.
The calendar still has it on the other day.
Date on January 23rd.
January 23rd. It
Cindy,
still
are
says
you gonna-
GovOps at 12 on that day.
So we
I think we just need to get all the updates done, or we'll get that taken care of.
24th.
Cindy, when are we walking through that pro forma?
When would you like to do it? Do you want to send an email with some good times?
Okay, so it doesn't make sense to do it as part of regular session. You're proposing something outside of that?
Until we have it finalized with Virginia Housing, I prefer not to have it as a full public meeting because it's a negotiation pro forma, but would welcome the opportunity for any council member that would like to do a deep dive with it.
Keep it to 2. You can do it.
Well, we could just do an extended budget and finance session, and you want to roll it into that on the 16th? Mary Beth, we could. I don't know how
I'm
you
going to
feel
let you
about that.
do that deep dive.
All right, I'll just do the one off. You know what, Cindy? Let me know when you're ready, and then give me some times, and then I'll chime in. I think the thing is dependent on when you're ready.
We're ready this week because we're filing it with Virginia Housing, so.
Sorry, Wyatt, were you done with the 22nd? I know we all jumped in with other things.
Yes.
Appointments is done, correct?
Appointments will be on the 22nd. So the only thing, so we have Employee of the Year with no early meeting. We'll do the Virginia Village tax abatement. And then the consent stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that looks a really light meeting. Is there anything?
Yeah, I was going to say that's short.
Make up for tonight, but is there anything else from like a smoothing perspective that would be?
Would it make
Well-
sense to move, I mean, how long is the mixed-use development fiscal impact report? Would it make sense to move that forward?
The difficulty there is our lead staff on that is
Well-
not available right now. So
Well, the 22nd has the closed session, so I think you're going to add, 45 minutes for that?
Okay, well, let's keep it as is then.
Not showing on this calendar, but I do want to remind council the legislative committee is the 18th, 8 a.m. in Oak.
so this January 18th.
8 a.m. We moved it from 8:30, right?
Yep. It's here. Upstairs, yep. I am glad to do 8 or 8:30. There was some mixed communication afterwards, but we got a full agenda, so you all let me know 8 or 8:30.
8:30 would be preferable for me, but does 8:30 work for you? Are you not sure?
I can do 8 or 8:30.
It's posted so we can go later.
Then we were talking about January 23rd, which has EDC, and you said that's currently at.
EDC is at 1:30.
Is that what it's posted at? Oh, it's not posted yet? Okay.
Well, do we have a staff person?
Yeah, let me follow up with you on that.
I have a hard stop at 9:30 too.
Same.
But I think
We
is
should
that
be
okay?
We should be okay.
We'll talk quick.
Okay. And then the 24th, the new GovOps time is fourth Wednesday at 9.
I am not available on the 24th. Not for the mayor's meeting or nothing until after 3:30 or 4 that day.
So for this January one, we may need a new schedule anyway.
And I think that's also a mayor's meeting that would normally be canceled because it's for a 5th Monday. So just to put that out there.
Okay.
So we'll need to find another time for if
GovOps.
I may.
For Jan GovOps. Okay.
Be so bold.
Did you guys work out budget and finance too? Are you canceling?
Budget and Finance is canceled January 19th. It'll be February 16th will be the next meeting.
Are we set on council retreat? Why?
So a couple notes on council retreat. So the date, February 3rd. I have not heard any objections. Yes.
You did. You
We
were
all
one.
owe Debbie Hiscott.
Thank you, Debbie.
I might have the Carolina Duke basketball game in the background,
Yeah.
just for the record.
I don't think we can say wherever.
Starts at noon.
Cheer for
Why,
any
can you-
one of those teams, but
Can you remind them about the email they'll be getting?
yes. So the other
Oh,
thing,
thank you.
so I sent out a note just about having a facilitator, Christy Dooley. She's done a lot of work with local governments in Northern Virginia and with private sector and public sector clients in the capital region. So if council is comfortable with her as a facilitator, we would move forward with her tomorrow morning, I will give her the go-ahead to reach out to you to do her. She wants to speak with every council member before the retreat, kind of hear from you directly. I think she has sort of a set of questions that she'll ask everybody the same, so she can be well prepared to facilitate a good retreat. One thought on GovOps. GovOps could have been a way, a meeting to organize the retreat agenda with the facilitator. But if that time doesn't work, we'll find another time to do that.
I mean, I could,
Hey Wyatt, how much does she cost?
So she is, I'll send out to the council kind of what her proposal is. I will say this, that, facilitation is expensive, but I think I would recommend it. We have a new council. I think there are some important issues for this council to work through. And I think someone that is familiar with local government, familiar with what some of the stresses of a governing body in particular that you experience. One of the things that we have communicated with her, I'm selling it a little bit, I'll acknowledge, of this council wants to come out with a product that you're going to feel is very useful for you, and that she understands that, and I think she has a track record of being successful. But I will get the costs out to council. I've asked her to develop a scope of work, so she's done that.
Okay. Dave, you're electronic this coming Monday, right? Okay. Clerk, did you all catch that? Dave's going to be virtual on this coming Monday.
We'll take care of it. Thank you.
And we'll try to do a better job at smoothing out big agenda items. Clearly, having a land use thing and a bunch of other items is a lot for tonight.
We've got a lot of kind of good, heavy policy things coming up, so we're going to struggle with that, but we'll try to keep things tight.
And the previous council had wanted to do just 3 meetings a month, but that's something for us to think about. Maybe we spend more time in the retreat. Is that we want to do that? That means there's some work sessions that are going to be heavier, but then you get only 3 meetings a month, which I know is staff's preference. Okay. One thing Wyatt I would love to schedule is the annual reports for all our boards and commissions and have that feathered in through the year. I don't know how that happens now. It seems kind of ad hoc. But as I was thinking, we had some CACT members in the audience tonight. For work sessions that have items that are relevant to them, I would love for them to be part of the discussion. Like greening Lincoln, let's invite the CACT to actually join us for that discussion, or the ESC, given that it kind of blends those two. So let's try to be thoughtful about where there's good opportunities to do that.
We can help with that. There is a requirement that they do that the month before the terms expire. I don't know if it's in the charter or the code, but they are on a set schedule. It's just whether or not they happen to make it in that time, but we are working with them to get that on a more regular plan.
Thank you, Veronica. And I think we need to reschedule breakfast.
Yes.
We were going to do tomorrow. Should we do the following week, or do people have a preference? Because now we don't have the mayor's meeting anymore on the 24th.
I will not be available on the 24th. Until after 4 p.m.
Okay, we'll find a new time for that.
Can I ask a question for February 12th? Do we think, is the plan for Quinn still to be final consideration, or is there more work to be done there?
So that's a good question for the council. I think staff feels like the issues that kind of were in our original list of things. I think staff feels comfortable with the trajectory of it, but what does the council feel?
Kind of depends on when they come back with their responses to all of our questions tonight. In my opinion, if they come back on, to your point, February 9th, and we have 3 days to absorb it all, that might be challenging.
I think one thing that might be helpful that we've done in the past is for staff and applicant to come up with, here's everything we heard, a summarized list they can email out. And then they can digest whether they're going to be responsive to them or not. And then we can assess and say, is this ready? But I want to make sure that they heard the same things we said. Instead of having that short list of here's the comments from this last round.
And
we always have that list. We can get that out to the council so you can see that reflected back, and then we just gauge progress on it.
It would be good to have
and the
their
ad
response.
for
though.
the
Are they going to respond to
the
them?
ad for the sorry, Mayor, the ad for the February 12th meeting, I would have to get that in after your January 22nd meeting to meet the timing requirements.
So you're saying you need to know by January 22nd, Celeste?
After that meeting, I send the ad the next day to the news press. Yes.
Okay.
Well, I think that's up to the applicant if they're going to be able to. I mean, we're not going to rush the decision based upon the posting date of it, so they would need to reply back.
Yeah, and if we advertise and we continue or re-advertise. So.
I mean, maybe the applicant needs to know that to meet that timing has to be posted by then, and we're anticipating response in that time frame. If you could carry that message back, if that makes sense, so they're not surprised or disappointed if it's not final consideration, and we have enough time to assess whether they've replied and responded accordingly.
So by Monday, if they have that list put together, they can figure out whether they're going to respond to those or not. Thank you for that reminder, Celeste. We don't want to miss the posting if we do think we're ready. Okay, are we done? Anything else on the schedule for now? Meet again, sure. Okay. Thank you all. Thanks for the long
3
night.
hours over the planned.
I know.
Thank you.
Clearly can't take a land use case and a comp plan amendment and a transportation project. And we all have lots
Good
to say.
night. Thank you.
Bye, Caroline. Safe travels back.
Bye. All right. See you.